I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order, please. This is our meeting of February the 3rd, 2015. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Johnston. Here. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item of business is Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Peterson, would you lead us, please, sir? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next item in business is minutes of previous meetings. I would like to thank again the clerk's office for not having any. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mayor's report, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Government Affairs Director Harrington and I were in Juneau last week for several days and had very productive meetings with the governor, with the leadership of both the House and the Senate. And as we know, there's not a whole lot of talk about funding things, but as you know, in our legislative package, we have numerous pieces of legislation that are being well received. We've got sponsors for several of them, so this may not be a year where there's certainly a lot of capital largesse, but we've got a good chance to move some of our legislative items. We also had good discussions about the port, and we'll be meeting tomorrow with ADA and talking about financing options that the state could be involved with and other creative ways to get us to keep moving forward on the project. So a series of good meetings, and I think at least our legislative things were well received.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any questions from Assembly members for the Mayor? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We're joined by Mr. Flynn. Welcome, Mr. Flynn. Next item in business is Assembly Chair's report. The only report I've got is that L.B. Gray Jackson and I are going down to Juneau next week, and we'll be seeing both the governor and lieutenant governor. So, well, if you have anything, we'll take it down with us. We'll be doing the same thing you are, Mr. Mayor, talking to them about our legislative wish list for things that are not capital projects. We've got a lot of things we'd like to see Juneau pass. Appreciate that. Committee reports. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Johnston.
No, I do not have any report. I will give a report at our work session as far as the pension fund on Friday.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no report, but I would like to make one disclosure. Item 9, Delta 3, is a liquor license renewal. Mr. Chair, I don't believe I have a conflict, but my husband's a member of this Elks Club, so I do have a spouse's membership. I'm not on the board or anything, but I do want to.
And there's a lot of other people that belong to it, too, ma'am.
There are.
You don't have a conflict in this item.
Thank you
for telling us about it. Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Gray Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everybody that the Ad Hoc Committee on Chronic Inebriates is meeting this Thursday at 2 o'clock instead of our normal time of 11:30. We're going to be hearing from Rural Cap and Choices, who are administering that $4 million grant from the state, as well as from Trevor Stores to talk about childhood trauma and how that leads to the situation. Of course, if we solve the problem tonight, we could cancel the meeting. And we're also having a special meeting of that committee on February 13th when we have those experts in from Minnesota in the Housing First model to tell us about their successes in Minnesota and give us some tips on what we might be able to do here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Steele now.
Nothing this evening.
Mr. Starr is not here. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to announce I will, later in the agenda item on the alcohol tax, I'll give a report from our special public safety committee meeting from last week. However, the scheduled meeting for February, the Public Safety Committee meeting, should be at noon on Wednesday, the 18th of February. If I'm not mistaken, we're still scheduled here at the conference room and here at the Lusac Library, first floor. So look forward to hearing from perhaps some members of the public safety entities about ongoing concerns, and particularly the task force, see if there's any results in from the task force created on some violent crimes issues in the community. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Honeman. Mr. Hall, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Elections Committee met last week, had a good report from the Ethics Committee chair, and he informed us that they're working on some changes that they would like to see us implement in the ethics code, and encourage them to bring that back to the Ethics and Election Committee. We would then make a recommendation and forward that to the body for approval at such time as they are prepared to do that. Had an update from the clerk, and it looks like everything's coming together very, very well for the 2015 election, and had some discussion in regards to looking forward to our election in 2016 and the possibility of that being a mail-in election, and more to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Johnston, you have something?
Yes, I have a question for the administration. We received a report to the community from the fire department, and I don't remember receiving this before. On the other hand, I don't remember your name either, so that might, maybe we get these every year. But I'd be curious at the costs of production of these. And while they have interesting information, and I'm particularly excited to see the water rescue vehicle, which I think has been funded by the 49th State Angel Fund, in here, I'm not quite sure. I'm curious if we've done this in the past.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Michaelis?
Yes, sir. On my coffee table in my office, I have several of them from prior years.
Well, I remember the big one.
Right. There's two big ones that's hardbound, and then
Right.
this one right here is a smaller.
I mean, I have to say I used to kind of chide the past administration about the 8x10 glossies, and I just was wondering I'd be interested just in the cost of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson?
If I may, Ms. Johnson, the cost is on the back of the flyer, of the booklet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray, let's see it. I see it's $3.57 per copy. So I wonder how many we made.
Well, through the chair, I can't answer that, Ms.
Yeah.
Johnson.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
We'll get that from the administration. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Johnson. Appreciate it. Next item in business is addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate in a second.
Second.
I'll go through it with you. Item 9A1 is Resolution Air 2015-39, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the last strategic location, unparalleled military training grounds, and cohesive military communities as integral to national security and Alaska statehood. Contributions to the United States. Item 9A3 and 9A2 is Resolution Air 2015-40, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the reinstatement of a full $60 million to the State of Alaska Revenue Sharing Fund on a yearly basis, with one-year appropriation of $8 million to the fund with an effective date prior to June 30th, 2015. 9A3 is the same memorandum 2015-42, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, AEDC, IBM Smarter Cities grant application. Item 9B4 is Resolution Air 2015-41, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a transfer of ownership of restaurant eating place liquor license 4345, number 4345, and restaurant designation permit for Shines Sushi Restaurant, LLC, doing business as Jimmy Sushi Restaurant located at 11401 Old Glen Highway, Suite 103, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. Item 9F6, under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, ordinance 2015-13, ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 to prohibit the extraction of THC, cannabinoids, or any cannabinoid for use of materials or methods deemed dangerous to public health and safety unless otherwise permitted by law. From the Department of Law, public hearing requested on 2/17/2015. Then Mr. Hall has item 14B1. Let me find that one for you. There it is. And it's an AIM 7415. It's an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt alcoholic beverage sales tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety issues related to alcoholic beverages, to allow use of the revenue to finance bonds for projects related to the alcoholic treatment, and provide for approval by a majority of 50% plus one of qualified voters voting on the question. And that's all that I have. Madam Clerk, is there anything else you know of? Which one? Yes, I did. I got that one. Please vote on the addition of the addendum to the agenda. Mr. Hall, sir? Okay. That was approved. Now I need a motion on the consent agenda.
Second.
Now we'll go through for those items that need poll for further discussion. Mr. Hall, sir.
Chairman Trainee, did you ask that I pull A3 for reading? Is there anyone from AEDC here to receive that?
I don't think there's anybody here, sir.
Okay. Then I'll not pull it.
Okay. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Yes, for discussion, 9A1 and 9A2.
Is that all, sir?
That's it.
Mr. Steele, sir.
No items.
Mr. Evans, sir.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9, Fred 5, at the request of the administration for the purpose of not introducing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The administration says it'll do it the next meeting, so they just want to pull the non-introduced. Is that all, ma'am? Mr. Flynn, sir.
Just to clarify, 9 Alpha 2 had already been pulled?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 9F6, I have a question on the public hearing date.
Mr. Bosky?
9 Echo 1.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing this evening.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
No items.
Thank you. Anything else the administration wants to pull? Okay. You ready to vote? It's not letting me do it, man. You do anything else? Sorry. Reset motion. You push that?
I did push that. But didn't make any
Okay.
sense. Okay.
Please vote. Computerization has to keep up with us. Those items were approved by the body. Now we're going to go back to those items and pull for a little further discussion. Mr. Honeman, you pulled 9A1.
Move to approve.
Resolution 2015-39.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Honeman.
I I wouldn't have pulled this. I know we don't have anybody here to present this particular item too as part of the resolution, and I just think that it's very important in this time that we do acknowledge our major economic engines in our community, and one of them being, for many reasons, our military bases, both, well, we now know is Combined Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. You know, much like our port is the Port of Alaska, our military bases here in Anchorage usually fly the flag of command. Sometimes the Army used to be up at Fort Wainwright, and the Air Force was here at Elmendorf. But frankly, Alaska quite literally was the Alcan Highway, and many, many other benefits to Alaskans have been at the hands of our military, our nation's military. And they've been great neighbors for many decades. And for the many, many times I was proud to serve and during the Cold War era, thank goodness we didn't have anything flying bullets and missiles and such as we thought could happen. But I don't think this should not go without some commentary that I really do believe that we need to support our military, particularly in times when around the nation our country is looking at trying to reduce and draw back and scale back our military services, and particularly in base locations. I think that Alaska offers some strategic both training grounds and poised for mobility from Alaska. It's unlike any other place in the country. So I really do believe strongly that we should emphasize this delivery message to both our congressional delegation and to the President.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo Mr. Honeman's sentiments. As one of the members that represents JBER and the member that represents the community that has the largest population of military folks, both current and retired, we all recognize, I know, the importance not only of the economic engine of this community, but the strategic importance of the bases here in Alaska. And I really want to take my hat off to the administration for taking the lead on this and for bringing together so many different stakeholders that would be impacted should this descaling happen. But beyond that, I want to really sincerely thank Assembly Council. My name may be on the AM, but she did a remarkable job of putting together a really succinct argument and basically a case for why the military is so important to Alaska. And I just truly want to say thank you, Julia.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too need to speak on this particular item. The reason I'm up here is because I came up here with my particular service and fell in love with the place like 70,000 other retirees or so. And when I left the service, I was back east, and I could have gone anywhere in the country, but I wanted to get back to Alaska. And a good part of that is the support of the military that's in this community. It makes you feel welcome when you come to serve, and there really is a synergistic benefit. I was on the school board, as most of you know, some time back, and we have schools on the base. The Anchorage School District does, and we also have fantastic support from the military in our partnership program, where they come into the classroom and help with the kids. And that's one example. It's across the board a very fine relationship that we have with the military and that the military has with us. And I wanted to make sure that we communicated that part. It's not just that we like them and we like the economic benefits. It's that we like them and they like us back. The VA, the healthcare system, all things that I use, it's just a great relationship. And to gut the bases, which is what the proposal is a big mistake.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly thank Mr. Frakalis for enlightening the Assembly on this particular issue, and I especially want to thank Ms. Domboski for taking the lead on behalf of the Assembly, because I really don't think that the resolution, Ms. Tucker did a wonderful job on this, but I don't think it would happen as fast if she hadn't taken the lead. So I'm glad it's done, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a few comments from me. I'm only up here because of the Japanese invading the Aleutian Islands. My dad was sent up here in World War II. His ship was heading North Africa. He touched foot on Dutch Harbor in desert gear. It took them 7 months to get him cold weather wet gear. And as a kid growing up, he said what Alaska was like. So when I went in the military, I put down Alaska. I stayed here. So we want to make sure what happened in the Aleutian Islands with the Japanese invasion never ever happens again to our history, to our country. Because we were lucky we had the time to repel the invader. But sometimes people don't understand what happened in that 1,000-mile war. We need to remind these people how important Alaska is geographically to the rest of the world. We can get anywhere in a few matter of hours. Alaska is unique. We need to keep our military here. So please vote. That was approved by the body. Next item was pulled. Mr. Honeman,
Moved to-
9A2. He pulled. We did 91, LB. This is 9A2, man. Did you move that, Mr.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, and likewise, I do recognize and acknowledge that the state of Alaska's economic situation looks pretty bleak at the moment, with tied to the speculative market of our price of oil. And recognizing that, I also have been in Alaska long enough to know that even when oil was $10 a barrel, the legislature made sure that revenue sharing did not diminish in any great form. I mean, they were able to dedicate and, if you will, appropriate, is a better word, a more appropriate word, some funding to the municipalities and the governments from around the city, around the state, for their services, as is, I believe, the monies that go into the state coffers belong ultimately to the people of the state, and certainly Anchorage has a large and vast majority of the population. I don't believe we should always get everything we ask for, but I certainly believe in a fair share of the resources, the funding that comes through. So rather than allowing our state legislative brothers and sisters in Juneau, who are there but about 90 days to make these decisions, I'd really hope that they take serious consideration in making sure that we get revenue sharing to at least this amount. I recognize that capital projects and certain programs are not going to be available as a result of the revenue concerns, but I do believe that we need revenue sharing to this amount at least. So I urge approval.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Just to correct my colleague, actually, municipal citizen revenue sharing was eliminated in the 1990s, and I would respectfully request that my name be deleted as a co-sponsor.
Madam Clerk, please take care of that for Mr. Flynn. Anything else, sir? Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly remind my colleagues that we pay AML, Alaska Municipal League, about more than $38,000 a year, and one of the jobs they do is advocate on behalf of cities and municipalities and villages. And we received an email from them asking this municipality and every other municipality in the state of Alaska to do a resolution so that it can bring all of those resolutions forward to show the importance of receiving revenue sharing, even in situations that we now experience. And Mr. Honeman is exactly right. I remember when oil was $10 a barrel, and this community alone got $50 million in revenue sharing. With that said, I really appreciate the support from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Please vote. That was approved. Next item in front of us is item 9E1. informational memorandum, AIM 16, 2015, Budget Advisory Commission 2014 report on property tax. Ms. Dombrowski, you pulled that.
Move to accept.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to pull it really to commend the Budget Advisory Commission on the research that they've done. I know they've spent many, many months researching this, and what I've seen over in the leadership on that board over the last couple of years, they're really trying hard not to be politically swayed. They're trying just to give the bodies that make decisions good information. And I know a number of us have watched or seen their presentation, some of us more than once, and I just want to commend them on a great job. This was a great report, had a lot of information. Some of us are still trying to digest it, but really well done.
I thought their comments concerning the sprinkler exemption was interesting. That's something hopefully the administration will take a look at and see what we can do to get rid of that, why we even have it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo Ms. Dombrowski's comment, and I'd also like to remind the body that the Budget and Finance Committee will be reviewing that report at length and making a recommendation to the Assembly and administration after our review. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you were on there. Nothing?
I was just going to make a smart comment about the sprinklers. When they're looking at the tax credit, they might also look at why we have to have sprinklers and walk-in freezers.
Good point. Please vote on the exception of this item. That was accepted. Next item in front of us, we're not going to deal with 9F5 since that was pulled at the request of administration. We're not going to introduce that. We do have 9F6. Mr. Flynn pulled that one. Mr. Flynn, sir?
I have a question on this either before we introduce it or after, but I want about the public hearing date.
Why don't we introduce it and then
Someone else can do it then.
will somebody introduce it?
Move to approve, or move to introduce.
Is there a third? Okay. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you. And I note the public hearing date is set for the 17th. Is that a necessity given the change in legal status on the 24th, or is that a measure of convenience? It seems to me that the manufacturing process is not, if I understand correctly, legal as of the 24th.
Mr. Wheeler.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, the purpose behind this is not for commercial manufacturer production. It's in response to what we learned by going to Colorado, where a lot of folks are taking their own personal product or black market product and trying to cook it down to make hash oil and other similar products, concentrates, if you will. And so the idea here is to make sure people know in advance that if they do that in their home, A, it's a substantial risk to people's personal safety and as well as their property, and B, it would be a misdemeanor offense under this ordinance. Colorado reported something in the order of 30 house fires and explosions related to people trying to cook this stuff on their stoves at home.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
I guess my follow-up question is, how badly do you need this done in 2 weeks versus giving us a little time to look into it?
Mr. Wheeler.
Again, because personal use will be widespread, we assume, on the 24th, the idea was to get out this information and this law before then. It's a question of, I suppose, risk, and that's up to the body to decide what they want to do with it.
Mr. Flynn, sir. Okay.
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Yeah, but currently, based on Raven, isn't personal use in somebody's home allowed now so that if people wanted to be doing this already, they would be able to do so?
Yes, that's true. However, this is becoming more and more commonplace. This distilled product, shatter and so forth, from what we understand from Colorado's experience, is becoming more and more common, and this activity is becoming more and more prevalent.
Other questions from Assembly members? If not, please vote. This will set it for public hearing.
There's nothing to vote on, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. It's introduced. It's a motion to introduce. Just vote on introducing it, please. Okay. That's introduced. That completes our consent agenda. We're now down to item 11A, ordinance 2014-150S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 12.15.015 to provide a municipal real property tax exemption for privately owned real property rented or leased for use as a charter school established under Alaska statute. There is a motion to approve on the floor, and that's where we're at right now. Discussion from assembly members before we vote. The motion was from Ms. Dombrowski and seconded by Mr. Oldman. Okay, Madam Clerk, please set the vote up.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I believe Ms. Johnston may have, were you just pulling it because of the time given for the S version?
was
Is that what it was?
Right.
Okay. So we're prepared other than just waiting for this. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And we've been joined by Mr. Starr, sir. How was the flight?
Fine, thanks. Sorry I was late. Fog.
It's all right, sir. Please vote. Oh. Tell me that.
You get to post. You get to
This will take just a second. We haven't added you into the mixture yet, Mr. Starr. Good, he's in there. That was approved by 8-3.
Mr. Chairman, I move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Moved and seconded for immediate reconsideration, no votes been urged. Mr. Evans, sir, on that?
Yeah, I wasn't sure when this was going to arise, but I do want to voice my opposition to what I consider a bad tactic of doing these immediate motions for reconsideration. Motions for reconsideration exist in Robert's rules for a very good reason, because sometimes people do have second thoughts or information comes to them afterwards. I think this is sort of like just a parliamentary trick, basically, to foreclose that. I think it's bad practice. We do it frequently. So I'm going to just announce that anytime anybody cynically says they want to reconsider but urges a no vote, that they mean they don't really want to reconsider, I'm going to vote yes, and I urge everybody else who feels the same way to do the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Please vote. That item will not be reconsidered by the body. We are now down to our dinner break because we can't take any new business up. There's nobody here under appearance request. So at 6 o'clock we'll be back, and then we'll take up item 13A.
On ARTSA, Anchorage Roads and Drainage, and 14A, Anchorage Ordinance 2015-11 on the same subject matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? I'll need a second. Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, what we've done is combine the public hearing on these two similar items. So the public hearing is now open on AO 2015-4. An ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska. The question of the issue is not to exceed $17,030,000 general obligation bonds of the municipality in election April 7th. And ordinance 2015-11. Ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska. The question of the issue is not to exceed $23.530 general obligation bonds. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. You have 3 minutes. Come on, Cindy. I know you.
I'm so glad you know me. Good evening, Assembly, and thank you for receiving my testimony tonight. My name is Cindy Squire, and I am a homeowner on Wild Rose Court, which is adjacent to Sylvan Drive. Sylvan Drive is just south of Old Seward and Dowling, off of Old Seward. I'm also joined here tonight by many other members of the community, other homeowners and neighbors who would like to support my testimony. In 1984, Sylvan Drive was just that, a driveway. It serviced 3 condominium complexes and went into a dead end into the woods. At that time, this community was being developed, and it was deemed that Sylvan Drive would provide great access for all of these new neighborhoods going in. So at that time, this private driveway was dedicated to and accepted by the municipality of Anchorage through Municipal Ordinance AO 84-237. And in exchange for deeding this private driveway to become a public street, the municipality agreed to upgrade streetlights, sidewalks, drainage issues. There was a list of items that was attached, and at the same time, some funding put aside to accomplish these tasks. In 1986, the crash. Anchorage and the state of Alaska went through over 3.5 years of economic turmoil as banks failed, construction projects were put on hold, and basically nothing happened. Sylvan Drive never began its construction. In 2009, I came onto the scene and started investigating, then following the paperwork trail. With the help of the Municipality of Anchorage, the Ombudsman's Office, and the Public Works Department, we traced everything, and it kept dead ending. The money was basically gone, and nobody could tell me why the construction had not commenced. In 2013, I went to Juneau and came back with $1.5 million in a state capital budget money to start Sylvan Drive project. This money covered the investigation, the scope, the survey, the public input process, the permitting, and the design of the project. This work had begun in October of 2013. And now, at the end of 2014, the project is moving forward. It's well beyond the 35% design, and we've had the public input meetings this last November. So now I stand before you with a project that should have been completed over 30 years ago. And this road, Sylvan Drive and Fairweather Drive, service over 526 households in this neighborhood. There's no other way for these people to get to their houses. And we ask you now to please approve the $4.5 million in funding that is needed to construct and replace and fix Sylvan Drive and Fairweather Drive for this community. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Ms. Johnston has a question, ma'am. Down there.
Here. Yes. When did you start working with the community council as far as getting this on a priority list with the administration?
The Community Council has been working with me since 2011, and we were named several years in a row as the most important project for that community. The Taku Community Council has issued several letters of support for this project.
You were the top of their list this year also?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in discussions with the municipality, did you ever discuss about having a RID, Road Improvement District? Did anybody explore that with you?
I'm not sure if I know what that means. I'm sorry.
Actually, it's something, it's one of the other tools in the box that we use for roads. I would love to say that your case is the only one in town, but there's a number like this. And what it does is you try to match funds for roads like yours. You know, we all try to go to the state, and we try to have some skin in the game with the municipality. And then the Road Improvement District is something you do on a local, so you amortize your local cost over a length of a project too.
Initially, when we were investigating the money trail and trying to find the money that had been put into escrow for this project back in '84, we would hope to use that money once found as matching funds. Unfortunately, when the paper trail ended and we couldn't find the money, that option.
And was that? And I'm sorry because I missed. Was that money? Was that money that came from the subdivision, or was that municipal funds? Or was that developers' funds?
That I don't know where the money came from, but I do have the documentation that goes with it, and documentation about an escrow account that was opened up with the money.
But you don't know the source of the funds? That you lost anyways.
At this moment, I am not sure, but I can look at my paperwork again and see if that information is available on my paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
I just want to say thanks for your tenacity and continuing to follow up and apparently marshaling out the neighbors to bring it out there. This is, you know, they always say all politics are local, and here we are at the local level. It'd be difficult for you to go to Juneau and with such a large group to make your presence known. So.
And that was, thank you very much, sir. We held a neighborhood rally this summer, and we had over 85 people from the neighborhood turn out to receive the information on how the initial $1.5 million was being spent, how the project was proceeding, and they were very excited to see that the project had been expanded to Fairweather, because that is part of the issues, and the Muni saw fit to include that and get everything fixed at once. By fixing both of those issues, there'll be additional people in addition to the 536 households that will be helped, because they won't be flooded out every spring now. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll pass? Okay.
No? Okay.
There don't appear to be any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify in this matter? Please come forward. Anyone at all? You're saying no one, public testimony is closed to the to the body.
Mr.
Gray
Chairman,
Jackson.
move to approve AO 2015-11.
Is there a
Second.
second? Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was involved with this project for several years, right along with you, Mr. Chairman. We were in Juneau with Ms. Squire in 2011 when we were fortunate enough to get the $1.5 million. We sat through several meetings with the administration. And, you know, the bottom line is when you don't fix drainage problems in one area of the community, it affects other areas of the community. And that's an important point to make, and that we should all understand. And we've been through this with other projects within our district. And I'm just hopeful that our colleagues will see the need for this, and we can approve this ordinance and move on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment, and I'll hand it out.
Ms. Johnson, we'll need a second on that from somebody. Second by Mr. Evans. Ma'am?
While I appreciate this amendment actually deletes Sylvan from the bond package, and while I appreciate the work you've done and how you've gone about this, there's a process in the bond package and there's a policy that I adhere to, and the process is we have, through the administration and through each of the assembly members, we come up with the priorities for the bond packet. And I have a lot of these, Mr. Evans, and I have a lot of these same situations in our district, and I know how painful they are. And boy, if I could fix them all, I would love it. And my first line of defense when I have neighborhoods like yours is to start talking, particularly with ARTSA, because this is the only thing you can do in ARTSA, we can't do it in the rest of our district, is start looking into an RID process. And this is where the neighborhood is then vested, they have some skin in the game, and it's so much easier then to get funding from the state and the municipality. But even if, and I do think you folks have done a lot of work, and I think it's a great project, but it didn't show up in the bond packet. But even worse, it made the bond packet above what we are retiring this year. And policy-wise, this is not the year where we break that policy. This is not the year where we have a bond packet that is greater than what we're retiring in bond. And I think I'm looking at it as far as the public voting for these bonds. And I think it would be a terrible situation if these bonds don't get passed. And this is one of those little things that can just make all the difference in the world. And we're breaking our policy. So that's why it's not that I don't feel you have a good project. And I would think since you have two great assembly members, they would work really hard to make sure you were part of the bond project next year and worked really hard to get that bond passed. I would rather you wait 1 year and have it done and all the bonds maybe have a chance of passing. Thank you.
Thank you. Other assembly comments? Mr. Hall, sir. Ms. Johnson's amendment, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote with Ms. Johnston on this, and basically for the same reason. I've got a road improvement district that was just completed in my district a year ago. That was a process of more years than I can count, and they could not get the project done, so they did form an RID. And in doing that, they ended up paying 10% of the cost, and the rest was picked up through bonding, although it took 3 years to get all of the bonds passed to be able to do the project. And I've actually had some calls from individuals within that road improvement district asking me about what is going on here. And I do have that same concern about what we do in the future, where in the past the practice has been to do an RID. And when you make an exception, how many exceptions do you make? So I agree. I think we should continue to pursue it, stay hard at it. But that will be the reason that I'll be a yes vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be honest, I don't know yet how I'm going to vote on this amendment. But I think Ms. Johnston has a compelling argument. But also, I know what has been asked of the state. I know what has been asked for bonds. And I think it goes back to a fundamental role priorities, right? We put parks bonds on there, and quite frankly, I think your issue is more important than, rehabbing trails. So, to me, though there's a compelling argument, I personally don't see how members can prioritize parks over this issue. This is a basic infrastructure need. So I'm still not sure yet how I'm going to vote on this. I'm still reading it since it was just handed out. But I think Ms. Johnston has a reasonable argument. So whatever way this turns out, if this ends up passing, I would say let's be proactive and work with you to try to get the RID in place. If this ends up failing, we'll see what the voters say.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Johnson for her comments. They were compelling, Ms. Johnson, but I don't agree with you on this particular project. And the reason why I don't agree with you is because this project has been out there for 30 years. There's $80,000 plus that nobody knows where it is. There were promises made before the subdivision was even developed by the municipality. And this community on Sylvan Drive, they've been working really, really hard. They've been to Juneau with us. They were successful in getting $1.5 million. And again, I can't stress enough how important it is to deal with drainage issues in one part of town because it affects the rest of the town. And I know that firsthand, and you probably do too. I would urge my colleagues to vote no on Ms. Johnston's amendment. I just don't think that it is appropriate in this particular case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other comments from assembly members. Please vote. Sir, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I handed out for the body, I think you got the little colored graph that shows the history over the last 5 years of implementing the policy that Ms. Johnston referred to, a policy that's been ratified by the Assembly in our 6-year fiscal program year after year. So essentially it's your policy. And so I think it is important when you establish a policy regarding bond debt, particularly in this climate, that we stick to it. And one of the reasons why is not just, that we're have an established policy of retiring more debt than we're incurring, but with our bond rating, one of the things that Standard & Poor's and Fitch both look at is, do we adhere to our policies of fiscal management? And they specifically state in their October 2014 report that the municipality's AAA rating and stable outlook, they refer to the municipality policy to issue GO debt only to the extent that its overall GO burden is stable or declines. So this is important beyond just a single project. It's important, A, to the policy that you've established as an assembly, and to the bond rating agencies that look at Anchorage. We are fortunate to be one of the most stable financial cities in the country right now, but it's because we have strong policies that we adhere to. You start violating those policies, they'll start taking a different look at our bond rating. So it does have implications beyond just the project. The other thing I would state is that, with all due respect to the members from the area, we went through a very comprehensive budget process where we determined our capital budget. We determined what we're going to ask the state for. We determined what we're going to put on the bonds. So there was ample opportunity for this to be included and maybe replace another project. So, we still want to stay with the policy, but absent some recommendation that we think is worthwhile to replace other projects, it's really hard just to increase the overall bonded indebtedness we'd be asking. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please vote. What? Yes, ma'am. That was approved, 7-4. So the document in front of us now is 2015-11, as amended. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any line items in front of me, but we also added $2 million to this bond, and I'd like to reduce this bond by that amount.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moved to second to reduce the bond by $2 million. It'll go back to what it was before. This is approved. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comments, but my colleagues seem to think that this project should not be added based on comments from others and also the mayor. And so with that said, neither should the $2 million that was added by Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just perusing through the bonds to see if I could replace something, but absent of that, I did want to follow up. I had asked the administration with respect to Muldoon Elementary pedestrian safety. Did you find out what ASD has set aside for that? I had asked at the work session, and I was told you'd get back to me.
Ma'am, the answer is no.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just from a procedural standpoint, it would be simpler to simply vote on item 14A, and if the item failed, then take up item 13A, which would achieve the same effect that Ms. Gray Jackson is recommending.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Flynn. Mr. Chairman.
Ma'am.
I move to approve 13A.
We have in front of us item 14A as amended. We need to vote on that one.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let's vote on that one. And then if it fails, then we can come back in a motion on 13A. The amendment is first. Clerk reminds me, first we are voting on the amendment. Ms. Johnston on the amendment, ma'am?
Just for the record, could the administration give us the dollar amount that this $2 million puts us over the funds that we are retiring?
The $2 million addition puts us just right at that same level of what we're retiring.
Thank you.
33.
Okay, please vote on the amendment. On the amendment of $2 million, take it out. That is approved. What was 6 to 5? So what we've actually got in front of us is item 13A instead of 14. So let's just vote on 14, then we'll go back and get a motion on 13, because it's cleaner that way. We're going to vote now on 14A as amended, both by Ms. Johnston and Ms. Gray Jackson. Okay? Please vote on it. Then we'll get, when this one fails, whatever. Okay, that one's defeated. Now we need a motion on 13A.
Move to approve.
2015-4. Who moved it and who seconded it?
Move to approve. I can't check in.
Ms. Zabrowski, you seconded it? Okay, that's what screen tells me. Okay, please vote. Okay, that is approved 10 to 1. That item is going to the ballot. Next item in front of us. Is item 14B, Ordinance AO 2015-10 and 2015-10S. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Code to adopt alcohol beverage tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety, uses related to alcoholic beverages, to allow for the revenue to finance bonds for projects related to alcohol treatment, and to provide for approval by a majority 50% plus one of qualified voters voting on the question. And then there's also item 14B1, ordinance 2015-10S, an ordinance submitted qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage about proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt alcoholic beverage sales tax to dedicate the revenue to health and public safety issues relating to alcoholic beverages, to allow use of revenue bonds to finance bonds for projects related to alcohol treatment, and to provide for approval by a majority 50% plus one qualified voters voting on the question. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes or longer if there's questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Kruger. Last name is Kruger, K-R-U-G-E-R. I sent this letter to Dan Sullivan and the entire assembly here last October. Mr. Trainee, I agree with a lot of things in the past with you, but this is just not one of them. Like I said, my name is Phyllis Kruger. I'm a very proud Alaskan, and I was born right here in Anchorage, Alaska, over 53 years ago. I'm writing this letter to express to you this deep concern over the homeless and panhandling and public inebriation situation here in Anchorage, and I hope that I'm making a positive change. 2 weeks ago, a friend and I were at Providence Hospital emergency room. During our wait, we were exposed to a man who was so drunk to walk, sitting in a wheelchair. He was using foul language and yelling at people, including young children, in the waiting room. The staff called, and the police had to remove him, but due to the priority calls, it was a long wait before they could get there. The staff at Providence was frustrated, but handled the situation as best they could. Speaking with the staff member, she said, "This happens every night. They come into the ER because it's warm and open. They have closed other areas at the hospital trying to deal with this issue. I have spoke with the police officer, and he said nightly shift that they feel like they're cab drivers, not police officers, because they have to pick them up and deal with the vomit, the urination in their cars. Anchorage has a huge problem that desperately needs a solution. Getting the churches on board was a great idea for the homeless families and people that are having temporary hard times, for the nonprofits working hard to help. But as a bystander looking in, I don't see this problem being taken care of. A few years ago, a house in my neighborhood in Tuquedia Street had over 1,000 calls over a 3-year period of time. That house has received over $50,000 lien, and it was the property, so it was sold and the fines were paid out of closing. I understand many of these individuals do not have homes or steady employment, but perhaps an Alaska issue can be helped by using something unique to every Alaskan, which is our permanent dividend fund. if a fine was charged each time a person is picked up by the community patrol of the Anchorage Police Department and the city had an agreement with the state of Alaska, it could be used to place a lien against their PFDs. The money would go towards increased funding to nonprofits and other working to help the situation to improve our community. It's not just about the money. It's about everyone's personal responsibility, accountability to bring positive change. These individuals are obviously in need of something that Anchorage cannot ignore. The second idea is to educate the public. Street signs could be purchased using funds and placed along the intersection in these high areas known for panhandling activities, vagrancy, advising the drivers not to give panhandlers. If they want to give, they should give to a nonprofit cause where the money and their donations can be put to better use and trained to work individually at the highest areas of law. Law should be applied to panhandlers asking for a handout as well as individuals who only encourage the behavior responding to their requests. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions from Assembly members. Thank you.
You bet.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Susie Pearson. Last name is spelled Pearson. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to testify today, Mr. Chair and the Assembly. I am the Executive Director of AWAKE, Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, and I would like to let all of you know the potential outcome, the S version of this bill or ordinance, for the AWAKE participants should it be allowed to go before the voters in April be successfully passed. AWAKE provides safe shelter and intervention to victims of domestic violence. These individuals are at great risk for violence. It has been proven that while alcohol does not cause domestic violence, it does increase the lethality and frequency in homes where there is domestic violence and alcohol. This could be the opportunity to end the cycle of addiction, cycle of violence, and keep women and children safe. Some of AWAKE's clients are chronic inebriates. This is not just about chronic inebriates. These women who are chronic inebriates that come to AWAKE are at higher risk for domestic violence and sexual assault. Many that come through our doors ask for help to lead to a life of recovery. A few are chronic inebriates, but many are coming from homes where there's little support from partners, families, or friends to get sober. 25% of the women at AWAKE have self-reported that they have problems with alcohol. That's over 100 women a year. This ordinance, if passed by the Assembly and the voters as intended, could provide the support, beds, and housing that is so desperately needed in our community. As I heard you say several times last week, many times last week, the Assembly is only voting whether or not to put this ordinance on the ballot so that it can go to the voters. Let the voters decide that they want to help our community.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? Don't appear any questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, Assembly. It's been a while. Thank you for having this public testimony. I sent all of you a letter, and I just have to make an apology first. I had incorrect information. I did not realize that the tobacco tax was actually, the ordinance was actually put forward by Mr. Trainee. And I had that incorrectly down there. And I didn't want to also, I posted on Mudflats today, and some people thought that I meant that I was against the tobacco tax, and I'm absolutely not against it. I'm for it. So I just wanted to use it as an example that there's a state tobacco tax and a municipal tobacco tax. So there's already, Mayor Sullivan approved that, so there's already a precedent for having a state and a local tax. I'm going to get through as much of this as I can. On Wednesday, February 4th, I will be celebrating 30 years of continuous sobriety/clean time. I know too well the toll that abusing alcohol and drugs takes on the body, mind, employment, relationships, basically the addict's entire life, as well as the lives of family and friends. I am also what is called a dually diagnosed addict, so I understand from personal experience that mental illness is a terrible combination with addiction. During my teenage years, substances probably kept me from killing myself, but as is is the nature of addiction, my substance abuse gradually turned on me until I was mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually bankrupt. Often substance abuse is the only coping mechanism many severely ill people trust, even when the addiction has long since robbed them of everything. Understand, I do not hold any grudge against the substances themselves. It's not their fault. I'm an addict, and many people can partake quite safely. As a sober person, I've even made a living on the alcohol industry through my work both on stage and behind the scenes. However, I also know the deal when it comes to the power of big alcohol in this town, and that power's ability to obfuscate the facts. Apart from my personal experiences, I've done quite a bit of research on the alcohol and inebriate problem within the city of Anchorage. Notice I say inebriate problem and not homeless problem. While Mayor Sullivan's administration has tried successfully to tie the two issues together, they are quite separate. The homeless problem involves thousands of folks, mostly children, without a permanent place to stay. Conversely, the inebriate problem is between 100 and 200 chronic alcoholics, often with major mental illnesses and other health problems, who take up a huge amount of emergency services and public safety time, energy, and money. This year, while attending the Fairview Community Council meetings, I also learned that the rules in place for the neighborhood packages stores to help prevent those problems, rules that they were supposed to adhere to in order to keep their liquor licenses, were being violated. An APT task force had both stores on video doing just that. I became aware that other neighborhoods were experiencing the same problems. It's clear that the industry cannot successfully monitor itself. Any chance I can keep going?
No. We'll see if there are any questions from Assembly members. Mr. Honeman has a question, man.
Just if you could just make sure you get your name in there for a record, and I had a question for you.
Okay, Linda Kellen Beagle.
Okay. And then, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Your position is you have some firsthand knowledge and experience of how we don't have enough in services as far as detox beds or treatment programs, things like that?
That's correct. This past year, I attempted to get my husband's coworker into some treatment, and there are no in-house treatment programs up here anymore unless you're a special category of person, and there are no detox beds. And one of the primary ones I used to send people to, Clitheroe, it seems that they've changed their program. So if you want to get sober in the state of Alaska, you have to have money to fly out of state and insurance to cover the treatment. And just to let people know that, you know, we're telling folks not to give people money, the panhandler money. The only detox of anything, that includes heroin, pills, all of that, that is fatal is alcohol. Alcohol detox is fatal for those people who are the hardcore chronic daily drinkers. They cannot detox on their own. They will die. And a lot of the deaths of the people that you've seen in the streets are probably a result of that. So, you know, if you don't give them money, that's great, but, you know, for them, buying alcohol is life-saving at this point. We need the treatment. We need the public safety money. That's what we need.
Thank you. There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony and the letter you sent us. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, should please come forward. Look at the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Rosalie Nadeau. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I happen to run one of those non-existent inpatient treatment programs. I run Aquila House and I've been there for 23 years. In that time, the money to provide treatment has dropped so that we have gone from 40 people when I first started working there to 18 now. We still have the 40 beds. We only have 18 funded. So there is room, if there were some more funding available, to put more people into that. The only detox in town is at Ernie Turner Center, and they have a 12-bed detox. To give you an idea of what that means in this community, Fairbanks has 24-bed detox. So there's a significant difference there, especially if you look at the population being served. Clitheroe still has inpatient treatment. It is shorter term. When you're talking about the kinds of people that the latest attention has been on, i.e. the public inebriate, those are not people who are going to do well in a short-term program. They have, in most cases, organic brain damage. They are really people who need to be dried out, and we probably are going to take care of those people if we keep them sober for the rest of their lives in one way or another. We might be able to get them into some jobs, but those are people who have damaged themselves so dramatically. And the lady who spoke before me is absolutely right. The most dangerous drug out there is alcohol. It is the one that will kill people and have the longest term damage on them. It is also the one that kills babies in utero and makes them brain damage to the point where we then have $1 million baby to take care of once they're born. So alcohol is a terrific problem in this state. I think this year we're number 3 in the nation in terms of alcoholism rates. It's horrendous. You're going to probably see, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm girding my loins, so to speak, to be ready for it. I think that with the money as tight as it is at the state, that you're going to see cuts in funding available to programs like ours, and that's going to be an immediate expense on the community, because if we don't take care of them, someone else will have to. I assume that's my signal.
That's your signal, ma'am. But Mr. Honeman has a question. Mr. Honeman?
Rosalie, over here. Thank you. I know I've had several conversations with you over the years, and I do thank you for your commitment to trying to help us find solutions, and viable solutions to some of the challenges we have in our community. I'm just curious, your funding for Aquila House primarily, is that state grant funded?
It is primarily state grant funded. Once in a while, we're able to pick up some federal money. I would love to say we do really nice fundraising, but I have news for people who are interested. I can't show pictures of cute little babies that people ought to spend money to take care of. I show pictures of the criminal, of the guy who's laying drunk on the street, and the public is not excited about donating to that cause.
How much, you say you went from 40 beds to 18, what's an average cost, I guess, what kind of funding is it to get 18 beds?
It costs us about $105 a person. That's because we're so small in terms of numbers. You have to have minimum staff, no matter how many you have.
That's daily? 105 daily?
Yes, per person.
So if I hear you right, if you had more funding or you were able to do it, I guess the economy of scale, does that make it cheaper per person?
That's what I'm talking about. We're going to heat the building. We happen to own the building, so we're not making a house payment. But we have to heat the building. We have to feed the people. That costs a little more with a few more of them. But basic supplies, we're not going to buy a whole lot different. So what you're looking at is it doesn't cost as much after you hit 20 for each additional one.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rosalie, I've had people contact me and say that we should solve this problem by just putting these inebriates in jail. And I think that could actually cause some more problems. Well, what do you think would happen if we just started arresting some of these street inebriates?
Number one, I think you're going to end up with an interesting hospital bill, because they go into jail and they're as inebriated as many of the folks we're talking about. DOC is going to take them right to a hospital to detox. They're not going to risk having them die on them. And DOC is not excited about housing a lot of street drunks on the street. If they don't have a charge other than that, DOC isn't interested. We currently do 19 programs plus a mental health program for DOC around the state. And we're just, their director was out to see me today, and he says we could triple that amount with the number of substance users we currently have in jail. About 70% of all the prisoners, according to what Adam told me today, about 70% of all the prisoners in Alaska jails have a substance use problem.
So, Mr. Peterson?
Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony, and thanks to everybody else who's here testifying this evening. But do you have a position on this ordinance? I don't think I heard it unless I missed it.
A position, I'm sorry.
Right. Do you support this ordinance?
I do support the ordinance. I always worry about tax money not ending up where it's supposed to be. I worry about no big plan for it. I support the concept and the idea. I think it's badly needed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were, Aquila House, along with Rural Cap and a few others, were involved with the Fairview Community Council in terms of the, weren't you involved with that?
I was.
And theoretically, you have, or you do have 21 beds that are unfunded?
I have beds that are unfunded, yes.
Yeah. I don't think, I guess the money, some of the money went to you anyway, but.
No, none of it did.
Oh, okay.
It went to Rural Cap.
Okay. Well, we're paying for it one way or another, and the question is, do we try to do something different from what we've done before?
The question is, where do you pay more? You're going to, DOC tells me their average daily cost is $158 and some odd cents. We're talking less than 110 at Aquila House, which is a long-term, serves only the most severely addicted. There's a ASAM scale, American Society of Addiction Medicine. It's a 4-point scale. The regs say, or the directions in that say, if they hit a 3.7, they need to be hospitalized immediately. We do not admit anyone to Aquila House who is less than 3.5.
Do people graduate from your program?
They do.
Do you provide job search services or anything?
We don't provide them, but we help them get set up to go out and help them work on resumes and ways to go and get them clothes to go job hunting in, because many of them don't have any.
Well, I hope the community understands that we're paying for it now, and we're paying big time in terms of the emergency services and that we're providing, and the fact that we're not solving the problem. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Honum, for your second bite, sir.
Just wanted to confirm, Rosalie, how many other, and I'm familiar with some of the programs, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to make it to the ad hoc meeting, and I will. How many other programs for alcohol treatment are you aware of in the community? Similar to yours, housing?
2. There's Ernie Turner. There may be some small private ones where people have the money to go pay for themselves. Those I'm not as aware of. But of those that will take anybody, Ernie Turner, Clitheroe, and us.
And do you know how many beds they have? You
I
said
think
12 at
Clitheroe has 42.
Ernie Turner has 12?
They have 12 detox, and I think they have, if I recall right, they have 20 treatment beds.
Thank you.
Rosalie, thank you for being here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
Thad Phillips, Phillips. So I'm opposed to the ordinance. I'm full-time employed taxpayer, and this feels like another opportunity to increase the amount of taxes that I pay. And I'm challenged to believe that just throwing more money at a problem is going to fix it. There's already taxes, alcohol taxes being collected, and they're going out someplace. The state of Alaska collects them, and they raised them in 2002, and yet we still continue to have a problem. When I kind of went through started doing a little research on this and finding out how much of a problem was related to APD calls and such, I pulled up a 2013 APD report and looked at the totals in there, and it looked like over 70% of the calls go to traffic, theft, assault, warrants, fraud, mischief, and vandalism. That's what comprised over 70% of the calls. When I look at the homeless population and the homeless situation with respect to alcohol and drugs and that kind of thing, what I found was that in 2004, Mayor Baggage established the Coalition to End Homeless. It was a 10-year program that would have ended in 2014. Homeless has become a growing problem in Anchorage, and the 10-year program that started under this has failed to end it, and the problem continues to get worse. So I struggle to find out how my paying more taxes is going to help the problem when we already have a tax for this, and we have taxes that go out. I pay my fair share of taxes every year, and every time I turn around, it feels like we're having another program to get and increase taxes, increase bonds, and increase the burden on myself. So that takes away from the money that I have to provide for my family and take care of my family. And I understand that it's a problem, but, you know, throwing money at it isn't necessarily a solution. So that's my, I just struggle with having to continue to increase the amount of burden on taxpayers and then not see any evidence of solutions being implemented. So
we have a question for you if you're done, sir. Mr. Honeman, sir?
Just a question, and I'm not sure if you read the ordinance. This, if passed by the voters, it would take the voters to approve, if they did, at a 50% plus one, would only affect those who purchase alcohol from establishments, no matter what, but wouldn't actually impact the taxpayer as far as the property taxpayer as you're currently paying. It would if you, of course, willingly decided to purchase alcohol.
Yeah, and I understand that. You know, what it stings of is we did a tobacco tax, and it feels like we pick on soft targets. Everyone will pass a tobacco tax because I don't smoke tobacco and I don't care, not my problem. And alcohol tax would be an easy target because it's not going to affect me. It does increase the cost when people go out and have a dinner evening out or responsibly enjoy alcohol, Super Bowl parties and such not. And then it also makes me wonder, where do we stop? Is the next one a fast food tax to help the obesity problem? Do we wind up implementing taxes on soft drinks and the sugar industry to combat diabetes? And where do we stop? When is enough enough?
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Appreciate your testimony. And Dory, we'll get to everybody here, so you don't need to stand up during somebody's testimony, sir. I don't want you to pass out, so we've got enough time to get to you.
No, I think I'm healthy enough to stand up for a while. My name is Kenny Scollin, and the last name is spelled S-C-O-L-L-A-N. I'm with RollCap, and actually I was pretty instrumental in getting the Carlick Manor project started, and that's one of the first Housing First project here in Anchorage. And I just want to let you know some of the statistics that after we were open for 30 months, we looked at a snapshot of where we are, and about 90% of the people there had stayed at least 6 months in the program. And for this chronic homeless population, and this is the worst of the worst, that's an extreme amount of time for them to be in housing. However, 78% stayed at least a year, and 61% have been there 2 years or longer. 100% are involved in case management. 26 people have Medicaid, and we have 5 claims pending. So we help get people on Medicaid and get them an income and get them additional help. In the past 12 months, 9 people have been working, and we have over half of them have mental health and substance abuse issues, and then they had an assessment in the past year. They had neuropsych evaluations in the last year, and 31 people are currently on medication observation. So that's compared to 6 when they opened the doors. So when people come into housing, they not only get a place to stay, a safe place, case management, they're actually taking care of themselves better. Now, 31 people being on medication, showing up to doctor's appointment and doing things like that. So, and our costs are just shy of $40 a day. And if you look at $150 to keep them in jail, or, you know, if they get, I don't know, 300 plus if they're in API, I think it's money well spent to have them in a facility like a Housing First facility.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman?
How is it, you heard Ms. Newdow show, hers is about 105. Is it the economy of scale, is it that why you're able to get it to $40?
You know, I think they have more of you know, I don't know a lot about their program, but probably have more clinicians, more high-paid staff. We have residential services specialists, technicians, and we utilize outside case management.
Okay. All right, and what is your, I see 9 working. What's the number of clients you have in the?
46.
46?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good percentage. And you've been open 30 minutes. You know, it occurs to me, and I'd look forward to more reports before this body. I don't know how often, but it occurs to me we'd ask to get updates from time to time, and I think this is a good one. You're probably reporting through the ad hoc committee, and I haven't been able to get to those meetings yet. So, but I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall has a question, sir. Mr. Hall?
Where would these 46 individuals be if they weren't housed at Carlett Manor?
Who knows? They would still be out on the streets. I mean, part of the criteria we use to get them in Carlett Manor is we find out how many community service patrol pickups they had, how many times they've been to the emergency rooms, how many times they've been arrested, how many years they've been out on the street, and we look at what we call trimorbidity to see do they suffer from traumatic brain injury, mental illness, do they have HIV? So we check the vulnerability, and whoever scores the highest on that scale is the people that we bring in. So they're very vulnerable people on the streets.
Anything else, Mr. Hall? Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon, and thanks for the work you're doing at Carlett Manor. And it does serve a good need, and I've been very impressed by it. What year did you open Carlett Manor?
December 2011.
Okay. And being involved sort of in the field, what is your sense of how things have either improved or stayed the same as far as the chronic inebriate problem in Anchorage since you've opened?
You know, I understand that the chronic inebriate problem, you know, there's more people coming on the streets. I mean, I think as prices rise, as the cost of living rises, you're going to find more people out on the streets. I know that when we opened our doors, we had a waiting list of 150 people for 46 rooms, and we filled our building within 2 months. So there is a need. We just took over the Safe Harbor projects. We deal with homeless families, and that project, we have 50 rooms out at Safe Harbor Muldoon, and those rooms are either filled or very close to being filled. And out of that population, there's 54 children, most of them under the age of 5. So there's a need. There's a need for housing all throughout, but especially for this population.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. In the year 2010, a prior seating of the Anchorage Assembly commissioned a report called the MRW Report. What that report detailed, among other things, was the depleting of accounts set aside for specific purposes for uses completely different than the original mandate. The result of this depleting of fund balances resulted in the raising of utility rates, fees, and taxes to restore funds already paid for by your constituents, which were set aside for a specific cause. Examples of such funds include but are not limited to Fund 181 at Building Safety and the Care and Closure Fund for the Anchorage Regional Landfill. Before us here tonight is the proposal for such a fund to deal with alcohol, only without a mirroring plan for restitution. Without an accompanying plan for restitution, at the statutory rate of return, to repay monies taken from funds which were set up for a specific cause, this proposal for this new fund to deal with alcohol must not be approved. I now hold in my hand a copy of AO 2003-160. This ordinance recalculated the tax cap by removing the municipal service assessments, which resulted in the largest property tax increase in the history of the municipality. Parallels exist between AO 2003-160 and what is before us here tonight. And I'd like to remind everyone that major portions of 2003-160 were overturned by a 62% vote of the people with the Repair Our Tax Cap ballot initiative. In summation, the proposal before you tonight fails on two very important matters. First, a plan for repayment of monies previously plundered from accounts identified by the MRW report needs to accompany this proposal for new taxation on alcohol. This would begin to restore some credibility that the additional taxation here proposed will actually be used for the advertised purpose. And second, a discussion concerning the tax cap and how this proposal sets up a brand new template for additional end runs on the tax cap using different reasons in the future, be the alcohol, tobacco, or increased road maintenance. For these two reasons, I urge you to vote no on what is before you here tonight. Thank you for your time. Perfect.
Good timing.
Thank you.
There are no questions either. Anybody else wants to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name's David Catchpole, spelled C-A-T-C-H-P-O-L-E. I want to say I have nothing to do with the alcohol industry and never have. I'm just a senior citizen, semi-retired, come to voice my opposition to this ordinance. What I don't see is a plan of action. I don't see a spending plan. I see collecting money with no way to account for it in the future. The money will go to some non-profits. Some of those have been identified. From what I've heard tonight, nobody seems to know how many beds are needed, what the costs of those beds are for detox centers. So we don't have a plan. And what is the expected outcome of your spend? I don't see what you've identified as your outcome. And where are the checks and balances? Are we going to see somebody watching what's being spent and what we're getting back for that expenditure? The other thing I don't like is the 50% plus one, what I call end around of the municipal charter. You're using the charter amendment process to put in a sales tax, which Mark Begich did some years ago, and that was the first one. Before Mr. Flynn points out, the alcohol beverage industry spent a lot of money supporting the 60%. I would say that small businesses around town and the general public supported it as well, and it passed. And we should honour that. What concerns me is if this ordinance goes ahead as it is written, then what's the next tax that's going to come along and ask for a charter amendment so they can pass it with a 50% plus one?
and so on and so on. And are we eventually going to see a citywide sales tax on everything because some cute lawyer figures out how to amend the charter to do that? So that's why I'm in opposition to this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman has a question, sir. Yeah.
Just wanted to point out, and I note your concerns about trust. It seems like trust is what we in government would do with the funding. I do want to assure you, though, that a lot of the questions that are asked of some of these folks, both for everybody else to understand, and also some of the things change. Budgets change, funding sources change, and the numbers of beds, obviously, as you've heard, change from year to year and time to time. So we're very aware of what we don't have in this community. Sometimes it's good for the community, to, both listening at home and here in the audience, to know some of the realities of what's going on in our community. It's something that most people ignore. Secondly is there are dozens of plans. I'm talking probably 2.5 to 3 feet of plans put together by many, many homeless task force, blue ribbon panels, commissions on homelessness. We've had a homeless coordinator for this municipality in the past. So there's plenty of plans, and not just some of the programs that you've heard tonight, but it always falls short in funding. So thank you.
But what I'm saying is there are many plans out there, but we don't have one.
Sure.
We haven't picked one.
We have plenty. It's just we don't have the funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Lisa Aquino, Aquino, and I'm the Executive Director of Catholic Social Services. Our services do not include treatment for alcoholism. However, many of the poor and vulnerable who we serve are disproportionately impacted by the negative effects of alcohol, and the services for treatment and recovery are very limited in Anchorage, especially for this population. We do support a general increase in funding for services to support treatment and supported housing in Anchorage to help reduce the negative impacts of alcoholism. We hope that funds dedicated to this are spent wisely and in line with evidence-based models that exist in terms of treatment. Alaska leads the nation in terms of alcohol abuse, and Anchorage has a chance to impact this in a real way. But to do this, we must make sure to increase funding on this important issue in an evidence-based way. I urge you to have an open conversation and process about how to best spend any increased funds to best address this problem. Thank you.
Question from Assembly members. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Thought you were retired.
Just transitioned to Lisa. Susan Bomalaski, Bomalaski. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. Over the last 40 years, as you have heard about, there have been multiple reports and recommendations made by mayoral, blue ribbon panels, homeless leadership teams, kitchen cabinets, etc., regarding alcohol treatment here in Anchorage. A lot of dedicated citizens put in countless hours to make thoughtful recommendations on programs such as Housing First, Carlick Manor that you heard about, supportive housing, substance abuse treatment, robust wraparound services, etc. We are still having this conversation because we never take the next step of actually implementing most of these recommendations. If we want to make real change, we're going to have to pay to make it happen. We know what we need to do. We just need to be willing to pay for the solutions. As a result, I support this ordinance adopting the alcohol beverage sales tax as part of a comprehensive funding and programmatic strategy to address the issue of the lack of sufficient alcohol treatment in Anchorage. The citizens of Anchorage need to be able to cast their vote on this matter. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. You might as well come down here. You know you want to.
You got it. My name's Ed Larrivee, Larrivee-2. I'm definitely against this. The reason why is the hidden tax. This is a drinking town. Believe it or not, this is a drinking town. And all my friends, I'm trying to think of friends that don't drink. They all do. Sooner or later, they're going to celebrate some occasion. And all this does is dump money in a hidden area that you never see again. We already have a state tax on alcohol. What good does it do? I live on a street called Falker Street, and in the summer, spring, summer, and fall, I see people getting drunk all the time. And the reason why they do it is because they can. The best thing you could do if you want to stop this problem, first of all, quit dumping money in an area that it's not going to do any good. The reason why I say that, if they need help, they'll help themselves. You can't dump enough money to make a person help themselves. That's the only way they can get help, is by themselves. The second of all, if you want to end this problem, it's a real simple way. You have a chain gang. You got plenty of potholes. You got plenty of areas that in the muni that need work on. Maybe the first or maybe the second time they're caught lying in the park with a big bottle of booze next to them, make a chain gang. Have them go out and start patching our streets, patching our sidewalks, patching our bike trails, save us some money. That's the thing. Instead of spending money on a hopeless cause, unless they want help, and a lot of them, I'd say 90% of them, might say more than that, they don't want your help. They want to get plastered. And it's true. It's true. The best thing you can do, like I says, have a chain gang, have them work. They get caught on the second time they get caught. On the third time, it's longer. On the fourth time, that's longer. They don't want to work. They still have to go with the crew. You see, they're still there. And, you know, it's not going to solve the problem, but it's going to make them want to not get caught. And that's all I got to say. Hey, y'all.
There are no questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Fine, sir. Don Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I'm a recovering alcoholic addict for some over 16 years. Graduate of the Keela House chain gang. You know, this disease could be any one of our kids. And as far as being deadbeat, chain gang, and that, I've had years, you know, in my life now that I live clean and sober, that I probably pay more taxes than a lot of people make in 10 years. So as far as being deadbeats, and, you know, these are human beings. They've just got a problem. What we need to do, though, is we need to start sitting down and trying to figure out how to put these people back in the reality of life of loving themselves and having their self-pride back, not just giving them everything. I think that's perhaps where we're missing a little bit here. But, you know, this could happen to any one of our brothers, our sisters, our children. We do have to address it. I believe the funding and the taxes on it, it's an issue that does have to do with alcohol or drugs. And yes, we do have to bring in money for it, so I'm for the tax. But I do believe we need to sit down and start working in a different direction as far as sticking this out as just the homeless. These homeless people are out there for a reason. Most of them have given up on life. They have no self-pride or dignity. Perhaps if we work on that and the disease at the same time, let's put them to work. I took a program, put it together myself, and I was running about 35 to 40 people a few years ago, putting them up in my buildings, paying for all their food, their clothing. I helped them with the AA and NA program. That was one of the conditions to live in one of my buildings free, but you had to go to work also. I got them jobs. I took them to work. I took people out of my electrical companies and that every morning to take them to work. These people started getting their pride back, and individuals started coming back with their families. There's nothing greater than to be walking through a mall in this town and come up to an individual with his family, young kids, they're all dressed well. His wife looks happy, and he's still clean and sober, and he's working. He's driving a car that he can get back and forth to work without having to put it in the garage every 2 days. You give these people back their pride, and they'll fight like hell to keep it. And that's where we need to go. Anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Mr. Holman has a question. Mr. Smith, Mr. Holman's down there.
More of a comment, but I do have a question. Did you do all the buildings and the such on your own, out of your own?
I did it all myself and never wrote a dime off for taxes or nothing.
Well,
I got a lot more out of it than money.
That's even more impressive. I want to congratulate you on your sobriety. Thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for what you've done for humankind and in our community. Right here in Anchorage?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next person to testify, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Emily Steelix. Last name is S as in Sam, E-L-I-X. I had every intention of coming to this assembly just to be here for support. I am against the tax, and I feel like our side of things, for me, I work in this industry, is not being spoken for. There's going to be a lot of people with jobs that are going to be affected, industries that are affected, and whether we like to admit it or not, a lot of our industry in the city is the alcohol industry when it comes to summertime or whatnot. If you look around and all this red, we are people in this industry, and it's going to highly, highly affect our jobs. Being an alcoholic and making those decisions to drink is a personal decision, and like the other gentleman was saying, we can keep putting money for help, but at the end of the day, these people need to change because they want to. I work really hard, I enjoy alcohol responsibly, and I make that decision myself. And I don't think that we should affect business owners and industries in this fashion because of people that are making decisions for themselves. That is all.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? I will bring it down if nobody's going to testify. How are you? Powers. How are you?
Good evening. Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. You know, this is a pretty half-baked proposal for an ordinance. No specifics, percentages. I don't see that, but you know, and it is it's an attempt to circumvent the tax cap. Let me repeat that. It's an attempt to circumvent the tax cap. I'm an old guy. I'm probably not, this won't affect me that much. I'm probably only going to live another 100 years, so, you know, it's not going to cost me that much. But anytime we want to grow government like this, it never reverses. When you expand government, it is here to stay. And my kids and my grandkids are going to be on the hook for this. I'm not happy about it. You know, why should we single out, like we did with the smoking tax, why should we single out law-abiding citizens and impose a tax specifically on them? You know, just because maybe some folks are teetotalers, that's great. They may have other vices. Cholesterol, for one, maybe. I don't know. But we shouldn't single out people, law-abiding folks, and impose taxes on them. The $40 million that the state collects because they were tugging on the heartstrings, going to take care of the inebriants, right? The $40 million that the state collects. Have we seen any advantages of that? Not as it applies here. So, when I see the vote tonight, I'm going to take out my iPhone and I'm going to snap a picture of that. And then it's going to be in clear black and white. Can I finish my little statement here?
Quickly.
Quickly. The folks that are good with half-baked proposals, with circumventing the tax cap, with expanding government, with imposing taxes on a singled-out section of our population, it'll be clear in black and white. Might even go on Facebook. You never know. Thank you.
There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, sir. Open the meeting, sir.
My name is Dale Fox, FOX. I'm the president and CEO of Alaska Char. I'm here tonight to comment on the proposed alcohol tax and the charter changes. You know, earlier today, my granddaughter asked me for a blank check. She said it was for important things that she needed for school. To no one's surprise of anybody that knows me, I said no. It's really difficult to comment substantially on the alcohol tax that's proposed. Like my granddaughter, I'm not inclined to write a blank check. We don't know the amount of the tax. It may be as much as $31 million. We don't have the plan for what we're going to do if the blank check is written. But we're promised there's enough studies to get one. We do know that the resolution clearly states that we'll move from 60% to 50%. If an exception to the 60% rule can be made every time a politician wants more money, what's it mean? Do we respect the vote of the voters there? As political leaders in Anchorage, you'll need to decide a couple of things tonight before you vote. If you want to institute a huge new tax on the working man of Anchorage, if you want to expand the size of government with new social programs, and if the 60% rule for new taxes means anything. As you know, I'm not in favor of new taxes on the working man, on blank checks for more ill-conceived social programs. I'm supportive of some of the good ones. We'll talk about those later. And new rules on what should be taxed and what should be not. You know, if you want to know the answer, just call my granddaughter. I said no. Thank you.
There's no questions, sir. Thank you.
Pardon?
There's no questions. Thank you. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward.
Colin Macbeth, MCBEATH. Good evening. My name is Colin Macbeth. I am the general manager of the Sheraton Anchorage Hotel and Spa. I arrived in Anchorage October 23rd of last year, and I'd like to address Assembly regarding the effects that the inebriates and homeless have on my single hotel property. I've had the pleasure of working in Vancouver, Toronto, Washington, D.C., Boston, New York, Miami, Taipei, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Beijing. I was first aware of the homeless inebriate issue in Anchorage soon after my arrival. I was forced to deal with a number of complaints from guests and clients regarding them being harassed as they entered or exited the property, and in some cases as they were departing their actual guest rooms. I launched an internal investigation into the issues, and I found that my property alone averages 110 incidents per month, written incidents, documented incidents, where guests were actually harassed, asked for money, and in some cases intruded upon their personal space in the hotel. I understand that their first reaction would be to question the overall security of my property. However, I can say that I supplied 24-hour security, equipment, training, and compensation to guests to the tune of $500,000 per year. I recently requested an additional $15,000 from my corporate office for the installation of yet another mag lock on my 6th Avenue entrance to ensure no trespassing after midnight. I don't like to do this. I'm not running a hotel. I'm running a hotel, but not a bunker. So it's not something I wish to do, but it's something I feel I have no other option to do. The result after this expense is on an average of 40 to 50 verifiable complaints from guests on social media per month. These are guests that have either come into contact with an individual or individuals on or around my property that is either seeking shelter, panhandling, or simply passed out on my property. As we are all aware, social media is either a benefit or a burden to those who do not manage it properly, and I can assure you I respond to each of these concerns personally. In my short time in Anchorage, I see a tremendous effort being made on the part of Visit Anchorage, the Anchorage Downtown Partnership, as well as other entities to ensure that Anchorage is presented as a city that relies very much on visitors as an economic engine that fuels tourism and growth. My fear is that visitors will find other alternatives to come here. They'll simply vote with their wallets to find a place where it's friendlier, more convenient, and they're simply not harassed. I should state that I have personal experience with addiction in my family and homelessness, and it's not something I'm remiss towards, but it's something I take very seriously, as I have over 200 employees that I need to ensure they get paychecks with. And if this continues, my occupancies will decline, my revenues will decline, and hours will be cut. That's a single fact of business. I hope you guys vote your conscience. I don't have an opinion either or. Once again, I'm a business manager and a new visitor to Anchorage. So thank you very much.
That's a question, sir.
Any
Mr.
questions?
Coleman?
Welcome to Alaska, and appreciate your input. I was going to ask you your position, but you've certainly just stated it. You've given different locations from around the country.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen issues such as this, and do you know how they might have addressed the concerns?
Yes. Would you like me to give examples?
Yes.
I opened a hotel in Washington, D.C. for 4 years, and if anybody who's ever visited Washington, D.C. and visited the National Monument, the Smithsonian, there was a time when you did not go there. You were being harassed or asked for change or something along those lines. The city put together a plan in conjunction with the Visitors Bureau. The number of policymakers in Washington, which are endless. And what they eventually did in that city was to move the shelters and the locations to areas away from the tourist areas. It didn't mean a decline in service whatsoever, but it opened up those avenues and thus revenues. It seemed to work for that location. I lived and worked in Miami, and for those of you who've been to South Beach, it used to be a place, well, most people saw it in Scarface as one of the places that you simply didn't go to. Similar response in that area. It was a reallocation and a relocation of the entities that provided the services to a more neutral ground. I'm not an expert. I can only tell you what I've done in my experience and what I've seen in my experience.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions. Appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify? There are no other questions, sir. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is John Pattee, P-A-T-T-E-E. For several reasons, I'm opposed to this new sales tax. One reason is the harm it will cause small business. Right now, the hospitality business is facing a perfect storm. In less than 1 month, the minimum wage will start its 25% climb to reach $9.75 by the beginning of 2016. That's a huge increase in the largest expense category of businesses and government alike, the employee expense. Some businesses and jobs won't make it. Our insurance premiums, including workers' comp, liability, property, and especially health care, along with their deductibles, are rising faster than ever before. Add this to the minimum wage increase, and more businesses and jobs won't make it. Now, on top of those other small business burdens, an Anchorage sales tax is being proposed. A sales tax as high as 12%. a sales tax at the cash register that every business that sells alcohol must collect and pay the cost to collect it. When you add this to the wage hike and the increase in premiums, lots of businesses and jobs won't make it. How much in government taxes and government-regulated cost increases can small businesses, and especially the hospitality industry, be expected to take and still survive? How much before jobs and businesses are lost? The fact is, this sales tax could be the straw that breaks the backs of jobs and businesses for many in our community. Another reason I'm against this sales tax is that I don't trust that some politicians now or those in the future will keep their promise and dedicate this tax as intended. But it really hasn't been said how the money will be used. Not really. There's no real plan, just broad words and phrases like public safety, inebriates, alcohol-related, and so on. Not a plan. You're asking taxpayers to trust your promise to dedicate the money as intended. You want taxpayers to trust you. Here's a promise from the past. A promise based on trust. A promise based on trust about another sales tax. A promise based on trust to the people of Anchorage and to the hospitality industry. A promise based on trust using words like respect, fundamental policy, approved by voters, and principles. This promise based on trust is in danger of becoming a lie. Here's a promise the people of Anchorage place their trust in, dated February 1st, 2005, from then Mayor Mark Begich and then Assembly Chair Dick Cheney, who's obviously now our current chair. It's about the bed tax. And offering this bed tax proposition to the voters for approval, it is our intent to retain and respect the historic commitment made by Anchorage voters to require a 60% supermajority requirement for approval of sales tax propositions within the municipality. The proposed amendment leaves a fundamental policy approved by voters in 1997 governing levy of additional taxes undisturbed, and by no means is to be construed as opening the door to additional sales taxes on other goods and commodities. With these principles in mind, submission of the ballot proposition is recommended.
Thank you, John. There are no questions.
I'm almost done. Can I finish my last paragraph?
No, you're done. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Dana Walukowicz, W-A-L-U-K-I-E-W-I-C-Z. I'm an owner of King Street Brewing Company here in Anchorage. We opened our doors in October of 2011 with 1 employee, and over the last 3 years we've been able to grow to 6 employees currently on our payroll. My concern with this proposed tax is the effect it would have on small businesses like ourselves. It's very hard to start a business. We've been put a lot of extra hours and overtime in to get a business going, and and thankfully we've been very supportive by the people from Anchorage. Most of our customers are in fact small businesses, restaurants, and I'd be concerned about their customers not coming to their restaurants if those services and the beverages there are being taxed. It would just result in less demand for product in an industry which I think is really great and does very well for Anchorage, especially during the tourist season, but also during the winter season, which we need to survive through. And that was just all I want to say. So I am against this tax.
Mr. Flynn has a question, sir. Mr. Flynn?
Any relation to a guy named Stan Wolkowitz?
Stan Wolkowitz?
Yeah.
No.
Just curious. All right. Thank you.
It was an easy question, wasn't it? Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Villamides. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers. And definitely I'm against this tax. Not that I'm against of the purpose of what your intent is, because we all live and work with the homeless, chronic inebriates. And let's make sure that we understand that there's two differences between the homelessness in our community and the chronic inebriates in our community. The liquor industry is getting blamed all the time for the chronic inebriation in our community, which is not true. We are responsible owners and operators. ARBRA has been in existence since the year 2000. Through Brown Jug, ARBRA receives funding so that we can go every single day, Monday through Friday, sometimes during the weekend, to clean the homeless camps, to also clean the city bus stops and the city parks and the trails. That's being responsible. That's being proactive. Now, as far as the 60% threshold being changed, that is something that definitely you have to make sure that what you said you were going to do back then, that is done again. Not change it. Trust the politicians. I'm so sorry, but a promise was made to us in 2005 and is taken away again 10 years later. The other thing, in summarizing, is there's no plan for this tax dollars. Yes, you have told me that there is a plan that is 2 to 3 years old. We have no percentage on this proposal, and we do not know what that plan is, especially if it's 2 to 3 years old. Again, we feel the problem because we live in the city. And trust me, I live it. I've been in those parks. I've been in those camps, and I clean them. I don't know how many of you have, but I have done it. And I'm proud to have done it because I believe in what we do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Questions from Assembly members? There are no questions. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? You coming down, sir? Okay. Welcome, sir.
Thanks. My name is Joel Kadarauch, Kadarauch. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Mr. Trainey's raised the debate involving an undeniable societal problem, evidenced at times by tragic events. A week ago in this room, I listened to people whose testimony about their lives, their living conditions, and sometimes their recoveries was extremely compelling. I'm certain that no one here tonight, or in the alcohol or hospitality industries or anywhere for that matter, would disagree that a perilous and complex problem persists both above and beneath the surface in Alaska. The problem is not just alcohol. The problem is not just Anchorage. The solution is not just money. In my 30-plus years as an Anchorage resident, I've seen the situation worsen, despite government's repeated attempts to address these problems through a variety of tactics, including, just to name a few, community service or safety patrols, increased ABC board compliance checks, enhanced identification requirements for purchase, restrictions on the types, sizes, and prices placed on alcoholic beverages in some areas, housing first, and as we're discussing tonight, industry-targeted taxes. I watched 13 years ago as the state legislature tripled the excise tax on all beverage alcohol to what remains today nearly the highest in the country. To my knowledge, the intent of many, if not all of those who supported that increase, was not dissimilar to Mr. Trainey's and some others tonight. Also, to my knowledge, none of that incremental tax, which now totals well over $250 million, has been used to address and remedy the root cause of this problem. I'm aware that Mr. Trainey's intent is to dedicate revenues from yet another alcohol tax to a group or a plan or to programs intended to alleviate problems stemming from the chronic inebriates or other alcohol abuse. My point in citing the earlier increases is merely to illustrate that the results of similar good intentions have been ineffective as the problem behavior persists and even grows. I listened Sunday to Mr. Trainey and Mr. Fox's televised interview. I happen to agree with Mr. Fox that another special tax on alcohol will most likely not hurt the industry significantly. People who drink responsibly will continue to drink, as will those who drink irresponsibly. What a tax will do like this is to remove hundreds of dollars a year from the disposable income of a targeted group of households, arguably regressively. 2002's excise tax increase was billed as a dime a drink. Doing the quick math on this proposed tax quantifies it as 5 to 10 times that much. The problem is not just alcohol. The problems are rooted not only in the community of Anchorage, nor in the alcohol industry, and the solution to a complex social problem has never been found in special taxation. Thank you.
Good timing, sir. There are no questions from the Assembly. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Constant. I am president of Fairview Community Council. I work for one of the substance use treatment providers you heard from, and I also represent Fairview Business Association. Tonight I'll be speaking with the hat of the Business Association briefly. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about this tax measure and how good or bad it might be. We all know there's a real problem. And I have spoken with members of this committee, or at least the subcommittee on substance use, about the possibility of sending your very high-powered and skilled lobbyists and working with the municipalities across the state to do the same, to really approach the state and ask the question at least, can we split 50-50 the alcohol tax revenues that we're sending to Juneau from our community back to Anchorage for the purposes of effecting change in this problem? It's a lot of money that we send every year. People are taxed on their alcohol purchases already substantially, and I can imagine there are a lot of complaints that we've spent a lot of money on this and we're not seeing returns because the money is actually not returning. And I am sure you've heard that they can't designate funds out of Juneau and that this is just an impossible situation. So I brought one copy of, and then a summary of the introduction of, for each of you, the State of Alaska Department of Revenue Fiscal Year 2014 Shared Taxes and Fees Annual Report. They list aviation motor fuel, commercial passenger vessel, electric cooperative, fisheries business, fisheries resource landing, telephone cooperative, and liquor license fees as shared revenue with communities across the state. Some of them as much as 100%, but 50% in several. There is a vehicle by which this body, if it joined with all of the municipalities across the state, could communicate clearly to the legislature that the way that they're addressing the problem isn't fixing the problem. We're talking tons and tons of money without any real local input with the solutions. So I know this might sound a little off topic to the tax question, and I'm pretty agnostic to what vote you take on this question. I'm sure you've heard it all. But I think that you should change your hats a little bit and think, how can we join forces with the rest of the state and answer this question in a way that we're already spending the money for? Thank you.
There are no questions from Assembly members. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Heidi Heinrich. I'm the president of the Fairview Business Association. I thought we'd hit you with a 1-2 punch. Most of you know me. I've been here before, most of the time for this very issue. The past few years, I've worked diligently to effect change in Anchorage, and most especially Fairview. Many of you saw me, some of you twice, at your community council meetings, where I came to sell a plan conceived over many years by many members, past and present, of the Fairview Business, or the Fairview Community Council, and a who's list of Anchorage public figures. I asked for your support, lobbying Juneau for the alcohol tax money that's been collected for years. And unfortunately, despite the fact that we got the money, it didn't go for what it was intended, despite also the fact that the legislation was written specifically how it was supposed to be spent. Anchorage pays the most into the general funds to the state in alcohol taxes every year. Imagine if only 50% of those funds were to come back into the originating municipalities. This is a state issue. Anchorage bears the brunt of it, but it is a state issue. I believe that it is in the municipality's best interest to lobby the state for the return of 50% of all of the monies collected on the alcohol tax. It is currently being done with the fishing taxes, 50% to the municipality, 50% to the state. Imagine if one community council, and by the way, the community council that only has one member sitting on the assembly, and a business association can get action from Juneau, what we could do if each one of you and your constituents lobbied for this money. I worry about the lack of plan. The streets of Anchorage are already proof that more of the same will not turn the tide. I worry that Housing First will be the only program funded. And I worry that if in your wisdom you receive the voters' go-ahead and you decide that Housing First is the only answer, what are you going to do when your community councils say, no Carluck Manor in my neighborhood? Will it be Fairview's turn to take all the brunt again? Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello again. My name is Carmen Springer, S-P-R-I-N-G-E-R. And I'm here this evening representing the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I'm going to try not to repeat any of the things that you've already heard, but I would like to address two of the issues just to bring a little bit of context, recognizing that the only question before the Assembly this evening is whether to bring this to the ballot or not. I want to address both the services that are available in our community and the plans that we've made to address those service gaps. As we've heard from several of the service providers themselves and some people that have had opportunity in their lives to make use of those services, there are not enough services, either for our neighbors that have adequate housing and those who do not. There are currently 13 state-funded detox beds in the city of Anchorage, and for context, if the average number of people sleeping in the sleep-off center on a night in February over the last 5 years chose that they wanted to participate in detox, that would accommodate 15% of them if every bed was open. We hear that there are several months wait to get into a detox bed. The analogy I've heard from my coalition members is if you show up at the emergency room, they give you services because it's an emergency. They don't say, come back in 4 months. My week, as this issue has been before the Assembly, has been hearing from most of my coalition members saying that detox has additional access to detox services is one of the highest priorities for them. They have clients they see every day that are hoping to make that change in their life that we've heard is what's needed, and they're ready to take that step, but those services are not available to them. In our 2015 Members Priority Survey, increased access to detox and housing with supportive services for people with substance abuse were the two highest priorities. The second item I would like to address is the plan. I have with me tonight the plan from 1981, and in that plan it says, immediately reestablish publicly supported detoxification services for the South Central region. The plan from 1989 says comprehensive services should be provided, including detoxification, funded by local and state sources with guaranteed long-term funding commitment. And the plan from 1995 says an additional 40 long-term alcohol treatment beds should be funded. And
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Pullman has a question.
Sure.
Do you have anything more recent? I see you got to what, 95 you said?
I do. Currently, we are in the process of updating the 10-year plan, which will expire in July. So there is a current 10-year plan in place, which is being worked on. A subcommittee of the HAND Commission, which is tasked with looking at homeless issues, is working with a joint steering committee with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, is currently writing the next 5-year community plan to end homelessness, and that includes evidence-based recommendations for a continuum of care within our community. Those recommendations will be out in July.
Okay. So the most recent report studies, Blue Ribbon Task Force, the HAND Commission, when's that most recent?
The most recent one came out in 2005 and was a 10-year plan, and it will expire this year in 2015.
And that's for the homelessness, right?
It is, and it also includes recommendations for people with chronic substance abuse.
Okay.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Bob Wynn, W-I-N-N. I'm here to speak against the ordinance for several reasons, but first off, I think that I want to compliment the people from the Fairview Community Council because I think they said the best thing, and that's use the dollars that are already being collected. There are millions of dollars collected in alcohol taxes already, and they're just not being used properly. The second issue that I have with this is that there's no clear plan in this ordinance. You want to go ahead and throw more money at something, but you're not going to tell us how you're going to do that. And until you're willing to do that, I don't think you should be able to go forward with this plan. The third thing that I also have a problem with is the voters spoke clearly. They said that there will be no new taxes without a 60% vote. And in this, we're trying to manipulate that again. When the first time was asked, it was then Mayor Begich saying, hey, we're just going to do it this one time because we really need this big new great building. And now we're going back saying, hey, we're only going to do it this time because we really need this great new tax. The bottom line is there are a lot of dollars there. They're not being spent correctly. We need to go after the state, get those dollars, and I think that 50% number is great. If there's $20 to $40 million collected every year in taxes, then they need to be giving half of that back to the municipality to work on these very issues. It's a horrible problem, and it is something we need to address, but there's more than enough money already being collected. Thank you very much.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. One of the things we've heard a lot of people talk about today is that there's a problem. We've heard people describe the dehumanizing conditions that they've experienced on the street, the crippling nature of addiction and recovery, and the difficulties they find in accessing those things currently. We've also heard small business owners talk about the impact on them. We've heard citizens talk about why they feel it would be unfair to impose a new tax on someone for a problem they didn't help create and that they don't believe will actually solve it. We've heard a lot about shady dealings and disregarding the inanity of simply throwing money at a solution that won't address the root cause. And yet, look at how those arguments are flipped when we consider the current debate regarding the oil and gas taxes that we face. Freeing up money for issues that are arguably much less defined than the programs that we've heard from today. We've heard testimony regarding specific numbers and figures and beds and cost per bed, as well as how those treatments are impacting the community. We've heard, estimates regarding the potential revenue raised from the tax, and it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And we should recognize that this is new money. It's not money that is being diverted from somewhere else. It's a new tax added, and so the revenue being allocated is new. One of the differences between requesting the state give back what's already collected is that the state can't fund their obligations they already have. It does them no good to share that money when they need it to support their own services, things like education and governance. Yet, sorry, I lost my place. I wrote it down. I should have just read it. Looking at the amounts of the taxes and how it impacts the overall population, we've seen that the state of Alaska has doubled down on the process that sometimes giving new money is an incentive for new problems to solve new solutions to solve old problems. For example, when they rewrote the tax on oil, they changed it so that there would more incentive to drill in newer places without impacting their inability to function and economically compete within the state of Alaska, especially considering the wider oil market. And yet, when those numbers are tossed about, very, very small changes in those numbers have huge impacts on the bottom line of the state and our economy. This state is built on oil. There's no way around it. Yes, there are other industries, but they're disproportionately reflected within the budget. One of the differences, too, is this issue is one that you will know how it will affect you when you vote on it and before you choose to spend money on alcohol. You will eventually know what the purchase price will be of that alcoholic drink you're buying. You'll know what part of it is taxed and what wouldn't have been before. You can choose to do it or not. When we look at oil, those changes were on the back end. They were typically from production and things in the previous years. Those numbers are not known. So when you want to talk about things that are transparent, there's a difference in what you know and what you don't, and when you know it.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions from the Assembly. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Burke. I'm the Senior Program Officer at the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority. Thank you for the time to speak on this issue. This issue is very important, and alcohol is a major source of issues for the municipality of Anchorage. The Mental Health Trust Authority is very pleased to be a part of the thinking that's gone forward, not only for this particular topic, but for the last 10 years. We've been working in the area of supported housing for people who are our beneficiaries, which include people with severe mental illness, people with alcohol addictions, and those chronic folks that are on the street. We've done a lot of the planning with community partners like Rural Cap and the municipality around Housing First, and it has been unquestionably a success and has mimicked what's happened across the country in these programs. And we're pleased that we can be a part now of looking at the rest of the continuum of housing. And an alcohol tax such as this would bring us things like more sober beds and a replacement for the detox beds that are out at Clitheroe, which none of them are working currently. This would bring 12 additional detox beds. We could get up to 80 additional units of Housing First, and we could do 100 units of supported sober housing with this type of a tax. We could also take a look at where the state is leaving off as they bring on their assertive community treatment team, which is just about to start up, and the intensive case management teams, which are targeting the first 100 people with severe mental illness in the community and the top 50 users of sleep-off. This tax would allow us to go to the next 100 users of sleep-off, and we could make a significant dent in the number of people using those services. This would alleviate not only the local communities' issues that are happening, but it would also allow us to diversify the resources and to look at the full continuum of services available to people who are the trust beneficiaries. Thank you.
Mr. Steele has a question for you, ma'am. Mr. Steele.
Thank you. You mentioned that a number of the beds out at Clitheroe are not currently working. Who funds those typically? Who funds the center, the Clitheroe Center?
The state of Alaska and Medicaid.
So they are putting some money back in, but there's a lot of vacant beds that they're not funding. Is that because they just don't want to, or they don't have the funding, or what are the reasons? What do they give?
Actually, thank you, because I forgot to mention the fact that a number of the people on the street right now don't qualify for some of our deepest resources, which would be Medicaid funding. And the new administration is talking about expanding Medicaid, which allows people who have a primary diagnosis of substance abuse to qualify for Medicaid. And so that will augment the services that the state is currently providing. The state provides the grants that fund Aquila and all of your alcohol treatment providers. So it's not as if there's none of those funds coming into the community. All of those grants are coming in. But we can't access as much Medicaid as we would because we're not an expansion state. But once we move to do that, then there's brand new resources opening up. So a tax like this would allow you to have the infrastructure that you need to take the most advantage of Medicaid expansion. And it really would position you to access those resources.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman, sir. Down there.
Yeah, I had a thought. As I was listening to you, I probably lost most of it. But was it your organization that recently did a homeless survey? Were you a part of the homeless survey?
That was the director of the Homeless Coalition, Carmen Springer, and they head up the homeless count, but all of the service agencies in the community do that.
Okay.
That's a HUD count, yes.
Do you have recent results on that, or they've been tallied yet, or do you know? I'm curious as to if we have the numbers, and I'm just curious what the numbers are. Huh?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Hello. My name is Kenny Peterson, Petersen, and I wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing for this issue. I started a while back trying to find solutions and ended up with Take Back Our Parks. About 5-6 years ago, I ended up on the Mayor's Leadership Task Force for a time. I showed up at the kitchen cabinet looking for solutions and been pursuing it for a long time. Ended up on the Coalition to End Homelessness. And because I've been looking for solutions, they said, well, you've been talking so much, why don't we make you the chair of a small little ad hoc committee on chronic homeless focused on Carlick and 3rd Street. It was in response to a meeting that was held a year ago or so that said, who's responsible for this? I asked around and no one stood up, and I said, well, why don't we? And so I represent a committee of the Coalition to End Homelessness, a community committee responsible for Carlick and 3rd. So I guess I speak on their behalf. In response to a couple of questions Mr. Honeman asked, one namely is, was there a count? Our committee's been meeting on each Monday, and so the first thing we asked is someone was going to ask us if there was a count. So we went out this week. I went out Wednesday morning. It's pretty cold. And then we have a UAA student with an intern under the direction of some professors. They went out this last Saturday, and we got our first report this afternoon. And there was Saturday evening on Carlick Street between 3rd and 4th, 20 individuals. At the time that they came, only 3 of them could respond. 17 were non-responsive because of some substance abuse issue. So that's our official count and our official report to you for today. The second question you've asked was, what's the current plan and what's your responsibility or role as an assembly? The 10-year plan left out a little small item that was actually included in the ordinance that approved the 10-year plan, AO 2004-180, Section 3. There was an amendment that was added. The amendment is under Section 3, and it says that for implementation and policy in years 1, 3, 5, and 10, which happens to be this year, 1, 3, 5, and 10, insert the following. And it says, Assembly, review plan. And then it says that you would review the annual progress reports and through the municipal budget process, appropriate funds to carry out the municipality's commitment to the plan. That is the current operating instruction that you've given to yourself 10 years ago. That you're to allocate money to your commitment to the plan. The plan is in force. It's a 10-year plan. I'm on the committee right now with the HAND Commission Oversight Subcommittee on Homelessness under the HAND Commission. We're working on a 10-year plan. We're in charge of the plan. So if you're wondering who's coming up with the plan, me and several others are on that committee to look at that plan. And so those are a few of the answers that you had, and I'm grateful for what you're doing already, and so thank you.
Thank you. Question from Assembly members. Thank you, Kenny. It's good to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
So my name is John Laux, spelled phonetically Lima Alpha Uniform X-ray. My disclosures are a matter of public comment. I won't even, or public, there's a lot of them. But I'll speak on my own behalf today. I rise in support of what Mr. Peterson had just noted, what the individuals from the Fairview Business Association stated, and what Susan Bomalaski stated. When you take their 3 basic concepts and you combine them, there is your solution. We need some significant revision to the ordinance framework so that the municipality of Anchorage has skin in the game on day-to-day operational aspects of health within our municipal borders. That is what we have not had historically, and that's the point where we continue to break down. So, with that, I will yield back.
Good, no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Christoph Jeffers, last name Jeffers. As previously mentioned, sin taxes are a soft, easy target. Still doesn't make them right. Alaska has one of the highest state alcohol taxes in the nation. Where is the money for this issue at hand? The amount is in the tens of millions. You should be looking to the state first for funding before taxing the people of the Anchorage municipality. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I drink beer, wine, and liquor. I paid my way through college in Oregon, serving and bartending for over 10 years. I moved back to Alaska and worked in various bars and restaurants for over 8 years. The past 5 years, I've worked for the Odom distributors. One other note. When I was 3.5, my father, a former Alaska State Trooper, was killed by a drunk driver outside of Fairbanks. And over the 40 years since, I have never blamed alcohol for his death. I blame the person who made the decision to drink and drive. I resent you taking money out of my pocket to give to folks that continuously make bad choices. Mr. Trainee says alcohol users should pay for this alcohol tax to help inebriates. By that broken logic, since I have no kids, I should not have to pay for schools with my property taxes. Well, if I believed that and it was policy, I'd be surrounded by stupid people. You cannot make people make choices you want. Anchorage has been through this before. The moral majority is neither. An alcohol sin tax lets folks feel good about themselves and says, look at the good we are doing. But the money will always be dumped into the general fund and spent elsewhere, and again, the issue at hand will continue.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify?
Hi, my name is Mary Funner, F as in Frank, UNNER. I wanted to tell you about the new income stream that you guys are failing to remember is we're going to have the marijuana is going through on the 24th. So we're going to have all those revenues coming in, and I was wondering if you had given that any thought about it. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, so my company runs we're one of the ones that started the Arbor program, cleaning up all the homeless camps. And one of the things that I noticed is there's no toilet facilities. And I was wondering if we could think about that when on all these new plans you've got. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. Trevor Storrs, STORRS. I wasn't going to testify tonight, but I kept hearing the word choice. It was a couple years ago, I was all before some of you and others, and I was told choice of who I was. These individuals that we are talking about, these individuals, our citizens, our community members that have been spoken about today, did not choose to live on the street for 30 years in this temperature. They did not choose to drink 540s in the night. No one starts with that. I think we all went to college. We probably all drank a little too much. None of us would have ever survived that. Majority of these individuals have experienced a life that none of us even want to imagine, or more importantly, discuss. They've been exposed to trauma. And I'm not talking about being picked on for having zits or anything like that. Most of them have probably been exposed to trauma like child abuse, sexual abuse, domestic violence, over and over again. I challenge you to think, we all have experienced a car accident in our life and what that felt like. The trauma, the experience, the adrenaline, and so forth. Now live that every day for 30 days, and then tell me what you would feel like having to get in a car. And if you had to get in that car, what would you do to be able to survive being in that safe car? You would turn to a coping mechanism. And unfortunately, because the lack of services and addressing trauma in our state, people have turned to alcohol. It started with 1 beer, then led to 2, then led to more, and then led to other things. There wasn't a choice. It was either survive or don't survive. And I guess maybe that was a choice. These individuals are making a choice every day. There are community members, and what makes us different from a good community to be a great community is we look at all of our members and not just those few, the people that make the good decisions. We are a community. Let the community make this decision. You're not making it. Allow the community to do it. Say yes. And I too will take a picture of this and thank each of you who support us as a community. Have a great evening.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Nan Hooper, Hooper. That last story was great. It was very emotional. However, I need to disagree with it. Excuse me. I've worked for the homeless, and I've worked with them. In working for them, I picked up groceries from the grocery store twice a week, every week, for the better part of 12 years. And the only help I ever got was from my children who got high school credit for it, for community service. I think they got 1 credit each. We'd go deliver these groceries. Sometimes my truck would have 1,500 pounds of milk in it, and I wouldn't get any help driving into the Beans Cafe. All these people are just standing around smoking and spitting, and nobody offered a hand. Here's a woman with 2 kids, all right? And in working and employing the homeless, which I have employed men from the rescue mission, and sometimes they'd work out, but most of the times they'd have a beer hidden in their pack, and I'd catch them out behind a shed or something like that. This one gentleman I worked with for quite a while, and this is the point I want to get to. He had childhood trauma. He was sexually abused by his father. He got drunk, and he got the hell beat out of him when he was young. So now he's got some brain issues. However, the services that were there for him were numerous. And time and again, he was supposed to report for counseling, and there would be an issue. There was always a reason why he was just right on the edge of being kicked out of the program because he's not behaving himself. He managed to finally get out of the safe harbor. They got him an apartment, $300 a month, him and his wife. His wife has a job. They're paying their rent. He finally got a job after searching and searching and searching. And his rent went up to $680 a month. What did he do? He quit his job. He quit his job. He would rather day labor than have to pay that extra rent. And he would giggle about it to me. That was when I was done with him. I think that the homeless need to help the homeless. I think that the people that take these services and use them need to be held accountable for it. I think that there should be some checks and balances. I don't think another consumption tax is the answer. That's all I've got.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Duran Powell, and my first name is Duran, D-O-R-A-N, last name Powell, P-O-W-E-L-L, and I'm the general manager at Chilkoot Charlie's. And with the debate that has started flourishing over the proposed tax, the majority of the feedback I'm getting is that people feel like they got lied to before when the last tax increase came down the pike. The state tax was increased almost 300%, and it was sold to the public under the auspices that we were going to clean up the homeless issue, the street inebriate issue, and that didn't happen. We don't like seeing, as an industry, people on the street behaving the way they do, but just about everyone that you talk to agrees that it's a mental health issue. These people aren't just seeking relief with alcohol. They're using any drug they can get their hands on. And frankly, we just have become the whipping boy for the mental health issue in Anchorage. And Anchorage has admittedly become a dumping ground for the smaller towns and villages in our state. And that's why you see these people on our streets behaving the way they do. We as an industry we try to assist and help when we can. We see the issues, we clean up the camps, but it really comes down to a mental health issue. We don't think a tax is going to change that.
Anything else, sir? No. There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Bob Klein, K-L-E-I-N. I have been in the alcohol beverage industry since 1985. 14 of those years I ran the Open Kegs. About the same amount of time I was a member of the management team of Brown Jug. So I have a reasonable idea of what I'm talking about. I currently serve on the State Alcohol Beverage Control Board. I am one of the 2 industry members that board requires, and it's my privilege to be the current chair. In addition, I'm on the board of CHAR. What I'd like to address today is something that we've kind of danced around a little bit, but let me start it with an economic lesson that I've learned over these hard years. when you impose a sales tax, you don't increase the universe of alcohol spending. What you do is you take money out of a fixed universe. People aren't going to suddenly start, if we put a 10% tax, people aren't going to start suddenly spending 10% more of their income on alcohol. They'll make decisions, usually for a lesser product, rarely for less product, and they will adjust the price so that the $10 Mama gave you for beer is still just $10. Now, the reason I bring that up is I'd like you guys to put the hat on in which you are responsible for the economic well-being in this city. And there are a group of small businesses that I'd like you to consider. Not worried about the cars, not worried about the Fred Meyer, not worried about Costco, even Brown Jug. These are all global, national companies who can adjust to a kick from the local municipality. The ones I'm worried about, and while I was sitting here, I made a little list of the companies. We have Value Liquor. We have Wine Styles, Wine House, Unwind, The Wine Guy, Crush, La Bodega, all small businesses that will suffer with this tax. Now play this, actually you can add to it Midnight Sun, you can add to it King Street, as we heard, you can add to it the Anchorage Distillery. What is going to happen is, first, we know UAA is cutting back, the state is cutting back on employees, Oil Patch is cutting back, capital projects are cutting back. You heard Mr. Patid talk about wages are going to go up, insurance is going up. Not many of these small businesses are going to be able to survive this squeeze. Please consider them. I do agree there's a ton of money that we give to the state. Hopefully you can find some. Thank you.
There are no questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Here saying none, public testimony is closed. Mr. Hall?
Move approval.
It looks like we have
I'll
another
take
person.
that, Mr. Talbot. Let's let him testify first. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Charles Gorman. I represent the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness, and I'm also on the Governor's Advisory Board of Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, and I've also celebrated 8 years sober myself last April, and I got a pretty good life today, and but years ago, you know, I heard this lady tell me, you know, when I was struggling with my personal problems with alcohol, that, you know, alcohol is a great remover. It'll remove your house, your car, you know, your job, your freedom, your friends, kids if you got any. And that lady was right. She told me that 30 years ago, you know, every time I've thought maybe I could just have one drink, that's what happened. Everything started getting removed from my life. You know, I've had over 60 jobs in my life. You know, lost cars, friends, housing, you know, just a lot of things. But the good news, you know, is every time I've got on the wagon and chosen to, you know, abstain, all those things started coming back again, you know. Another new job, new housing, new cars. Well, usually weren't new, they were used. But, and so, you know, that's quite an education. You know, I've really had a very thorough education of what happens when I drink, all the consequences, and I've had a very thorough education of what happens when I don't drink. All the bennies. There's a lot of bennies to sobriety, and I really like the bennies, you know. And unfortunately, education's not enough to keep me, from abstaining. I have to take action, and that's one of the reasons I'm here today, taking action. Action is the thing that anchors me to this new life, Our town, I think, is called Anchorage, and it anchors me, it grounds me to all the bennies, actually, by taking actions, belonging to things like Anchorage Coalition on Homelessness, belonging to things like Governor's Advisory Board on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, and other types of acts of service. And anyway, I just want to say, vote yes on this, because anything that will help people in treatment will benefit our society. I'll make a contribution today. I didn't when I was drinking. Thank you.
Stay there, sir. We've got some questions for you. By the way, if you drink again, I know your wife will beat you. Mr. Steele?
Thank you. Specifically, what do you think we should do or can do to help the process, to help people be successful?
Well, I've gone to treatment several times. Some people don't get it the first time they go. Let's say by providing revenue for treatment, according to this, that's what this revenue is going to do, is at least contribute to treatment. It keeps that opportunities, out there for people who are, when they are ready to change. And today is, like I said, my wife and I, we got a band. It's called, Not Quite Right. And one of our songs is, I Can't Have Just One. So we're sharing a message of abstinence through our music. That's just one of tons of bennies. So, yeah, keep the revenue up for the treatment centers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Appreciate
Yeah.
you being here.
Okay.
Mr. Hall, your motion was to move which one?
The S version.
Second.
That's 2015-10S. Moved and seconded. Let's take a 10-minute break for the good of the body before we begin debate. 10 minutes, people. If some of your members will take their seats, please, and everybody in the audience will take their seats, we'll get this going. Appreciate that. Mr. Holster, on your motion to approve the S version.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like first to speak to the motion, and then I'd like to move two amendments. But I'd like to begin prior to speaking to the motion. I think about reminding all of us that, to my knowledge, the first dedicated tax in this community was in 2005, when there was a tax dedicated to doing the debt service on the convention center. And I would like to remind the hospitality industry, which has made a point of that a number of times this evening, that I think that particular dedicated tax turned out rather well. It's brought billions to this community in tourism and conventions. And I might point that the majority of that tax is paid by visitors. So I think that one worked out relatively well at that time. I'd like to begin. I want to read the AM into the record, and that will actually be my speaking to the motion. Anchorage will not be America's #1 community in which to live, work, and play until it solves its chronic alcohol inebriate problem. And I'd like to repeat that. Anchorage will not be America's #1 community in which to live, work, and play until it solves the chronic inebriate problem. Anchorage has tried to solve this problem for many years. The problem is well understood. Study after study, report after report offer the same remedies: housing, facilities, service, and treatment. The plan put forth in this ordinance comes from these many studies, particularly from the recommendation of Mayor Sullivan's homeless leadership team, an effort facilitated by Darrell Hess, then the MOA's homeless coordinator. Anchorage has about 200 chronic alcohol inebriates, often described as frequent flyers, who are a severe drain on the city's public safety and health services. A recent before and after study shows a 2/3 reduction in service calls per inebriate housed at Carluck Manor, the Housing First model. There are additional savings where inebriates have reclaimed their lives and become productive members of the community. Detox, sober housing, and Clitheroe models. With this plan, Anchorage taxpayers would regain the services of APD, AFD, and EMT, Health Department, and other city departments that are now devoting an inordinate amount of staff time and valuable taxpayer-funded resources to dealing with inebriates. The difference between prior efforts and this ordinance plan is that this ordinance supplies the single critical ingredient missing until now: a continuous funding source. This plan is targeted and restricted in its use of funds. The cost of the program described below would be $5.3 to $7.3 million per year. Covering this cost will require either a 3% sales tax on all retail alcohol sales or a 5.5% sales tax on retail alcohol just at package stores. Funds from sales tax on alcohol would be used only for the following: housing. Funds would finance via revenue bonds the building or repurposing of new or existing facilities. Specifically, this plan calls for 1, 80 Housing First units, whose purpose, like that of Carluck Manor and Safe Harbor, is to provide a safe place to house inebriates, thereby getting them off of the streets. Estimate cost to this is $10,100,000, and that would be new construction cost. Number 2, the addition of 12 short-stay detox beds to the 14 Anchorage currently has. Fairbanks, by comparison, has 24 such beds serving a much smaller population. Estimated cost, $4.4 million, new construction cost. Third, 96 units of extended stay sober housing, replacing a 42-bed Clitheroe to which detox clients can be sent. Estimated cost of that project is $48,100,000, and that would be new construction cost. Housing facility operations, housing services and treatments. Funds would be used to augment existing and anticipated state, federal, and contributed dollars to provide staff to operate the facilities and provide qualified management. Depending on the type of facility, the type of staffing ranges from facility managers, housing first, to shifts of registered nurses, detox, to a non-resident supervising doctor, detox, to caseworkers, detox, and sober housing. Estimated is $800,000 to $2.8 million. The lower amount dependent upon the expansion of the Medicaid coverage. Regarding funds from the state alcohol tax, the state of Alaska is not remitting to Anchorage alcohol tax revenues that many believe it owes or promised. Given the state's physical situation and given the state's constitution prohibition of dedicated funds, it is unlikely that state alcohol tax revenues will come to Anchorage dedicated to solving the city's chronic alcohol inebriate problem. That said, by committing to this plan, Anchorage will communicate to the legislature the seriousness of this issue, an issue whose roots are statewide. With that said, I would like to move my first amendment, and this is on page 1 of the S version in lines 24 through 25, which would add the following. Shall the Anchorage Municipal Charter be amended by adding the following new section to Article 7? Section 14.06, Alcohol Beverage Sales Tax. A, there is hereby levied a tax on package stores, all retail sales of alcohol, an amount equal to 5.5% of the sales paid. Revenues received from this tax are dedicated to financing health and public safety programs related to alcoholic beverages.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Hall, to continue, sir? You've got a second on your motion. Anything else, sir?
What I'm doing there is specifically going only with the package stores. It appears that it's easier for a point of sales to be set up there addressing this. And I would also point out that the money we're talking about is significantly less than has been referred to this evening in the 30 million range. This would only be $5.3 to $7.3 million that this tax would generate.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman on Mr. Hall's amendment.
I'm going to I'll hold a full commentary on the entire ordinance at the end, but I generally support the change. I've heard from several constituents, including retail stores such as alcohol establishments, restaurants, and bars that state that there's some very onerous programs that they would have to institute in their businesses. So this might lessen the burden at this time on that. So,
Mr. Peterson on Mr. Hall's amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be voting in favor of this amendment. I believe that the vast majority of the alcohol that's purchased by street inebriates is purchased at package stores. I don't believe they're allowed in most bars and restaurants just because their appearance would detract from the business model, I guess. If you had a nice bar or restaurant, you probably wouldn't like to have a large number of those folks coming in. It might cost you business in the long run. So I think this would end up being sort of a user's fee. It would be one way to look at it. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on Mr. Hall's First Amendment? Please vote. Sorry. Just needs a minute. All right, Barbara? We're limited by technology. We're catching up. I'm sorry. Okay. We only have 9. Ms. Dombowski, Mr. Flynn. That is approved 10-1 on your First Amendment. Your Second Amendment, Mr. Hall?
My Second Amendment is on page 1, line 38. Add the following under section 14.06, alcohol beverage sales tax, and item C, and that is the Assembly may offer credits or other incentives to qualifying vendors to facilitate the efficient collection of taxes authorized under this section. And then the one following would become D.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Hall, on your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What this is and would be the opportunity to compensate the packaged liquor stores for the cost incurred in collecting the taxes.
Mr. Starr, sir, on the amendment?
Mr. Hall, I asked you earlier today, how do we collect the other state tax, or the tax? Do we collect it at the wholesaler or distributor level?
It's my understanding, and somebody else will actually have to answer this, but I think it's at the wholesale level. I'm not sure, Mr. Starr.
Okay, so let's assume that it is, which I believe you're right. So now you're going to say, well, why it's sitting in the warehouse in the wholesale distributor, we're taxing it there. Now we're moving it via truck, which I used to do in some of my career. We're moving it over to the retail side. Now we're going to tax it again? Is that kind of what's going to happen?
That would be correct, moving through a package store.
Thanks.
Other comments from Assembly members on Mr. Hall's amendment? Seeing none, please vote. Yes will approve amendment number 2, and no will not. We need one other person to vote. Okay. That is approved, 9-2. Mr. Hall, sir?
I almost feel an obligation to apologize to my fellow Assembly members. It's no fun getting put in these positions, and we often have votes that come before us that we end up heroes and villains, and I do apologize for putting anyone into that position, but I absolutely abhor having to tax. I am not happy at all about addressing this about the tax cap, but I honestly don't any way that we can do this. If we tax it below the cap, it's going to become a property tax relief. We can't take it and dedicate with it being below the tax, so I don't see any other way to be able to do this. But I think for our business community, for our city as a whole, this is the major problem facing us now, and I see no other solution.
Mr. Hold'em, on the amended document in front of us, sir.
A couple of things. First, I want to do the housekeeping part of, I pledged to you earlier that the Public Safety Committee meeting, which was held Thursday, January 29th, we had a special Public Safety Committee meeting as tasked by the chair of one of 3 committees to look this issue over and take testimony and discuss it in committee. At the conclusion of the testimony, we heard from the public, we heard from members of the committee, and we heard from Mr. Hess, our ombudsman, who has previously been testified or mentioned as this homeless coordinator and has worked with the HAND Commission as well as several task forces and committees on trying to deal with chronic inebriation and homelessness in Anchorage. So at the conclusion, the Public Safety Committee meeting, the committee as a whole unanimously state the following. This committee supports AO 2015-S and its intent. Now, of course, that was as it was laid in front of us on that date. I will just leave it at that, and we can have our own discussions individually if we believe strongly in support of Mr. Hall's amended document. Secondly, as you know, I'm a member of the Visit Anchorage Board of Directors from the Assembly. Today, I was at the opening committee at the Government Relations Committee. We discussed this openly. We had great discussion with some great detail. The actual Government Relations Committee endorsed and supported bringing this to the board to hopefully get a position from Visit Anchorage of whether they believed that this vote should go to the public. So with that, after the noon hour, we broke back into the from the breakout sessions, went to the entire board. The question before the board of directors was, a motion was to recommend to the assembly to allow the voters to decide on the ordinance as presented, and it was actually the yes was 4, no was 12, so it was defeated by about a 3/4 margin. However, the commentary bears out that most people were concerned that they didn't have enough time to talk to their members of Visit Anchorage, their constituent base, if you will, to get their position. They felt that they needed more time to discuss it. And I explained to them the fact that it had to be on the Assembly's docket tonight, either voted up or down to get on the bond package for the April election. Privately, after the meeting there broke, several people actually discussed that they were supportive at least getting it to the voters and let them make the decision, but they were concerned about their voting for their constituents on Visit Anchorage. So to my personal comments, and as you know, my past experiences, I won't even get into that because it's just really goes into a lot of stories that are really true and accurate, and I can tell you many, many of them that are very concerning and disturbing to me. As by my count, and this is just a general rough count, there's approximately $2 million that we were testified to tonight, and this is just through the Aquila House, Clitheroe, and Ernie Turner Center, and these are estimates, of course, and this is based on the dollar amounts that were testified to. So we do know some of the funding is coming back from the state, some from Medicare, of course. So we're not getting all of it, but we're getting some of it. I suspect there's a lot more money we can't track, and then hopefully we'll get a better answer from the Legislative Audit Committee when the request is processed, how much of the money that is collected, alcohol tax, in Anchorage is actually coming back to Anchorage. I suspect they're using some funding for Health and Human Services, fetal alcohol syndrome, things like that. This is not a new problem, but it is continual and it is growing. If we do nothing, we will see the same and the worsening problems. We cannot control, this body cannot control the state legislature, nor can they control us. But time and again, when I've gone personally, professionally, on behalf of my constituents to the state legislatures in our area, one of the constant concerns when I ask them for funding for projects, particularly road projects or capital projects, the next thing they do is they send it back right to my doorstep and lay it at my feet and say, well, what does the municipality bring to the game, to the table? What are we willing to contribute? So they're always looking for a way to leverage and share the burden. I believe this is the right direction, what we're doing. And frankly, I'm tired of going to meetings just to talk about the issues, just to have a meeting. I've been doing it since I've been on this body, and frankly, since before that, as member of this community, as well as Anchorage Police Department, when I was going to meetings to try to discuss what we were seeing in our communities and how we could solve them with some different solutions and strategies. And I'm frankly personally embarrassed that since 2010 that I haven't been able to determine a real solution that we can afford and sustain. You know, it's not for lack of trying, it's not for lack of going to these meetings, it's not a lack of trying to explore that through the Public Safety Committee and through other meetings that I've been able to attend and some not. We talked earlier, we heard testimony about what about marijuana's coming up pretty soon and what are we going to do with the funding from that. And believe me, I've heard it many, many times. We actually saw it in the justification of some of the spiel that they said, hey, you know, just look at how much money we could generate from the sale and the taxation of marijuana. So yeah, it's coming, and perhaps we'll be able to use that funding to relieve some burden on the property taxes, much like we do with the tobacco tax currently. Maybe we'll use it for something dedicated for treatment of drug addiction, because I see that as also a serious substance problem. And lastly, I just want to close to my colleagues and to the community that this is not a problem that we can just ignore or hope it'll go away or that we somehow find a solution. I laud Mr. Smith, who testified that he took it on his own, from his own pocket, without any support. We don't have enough people like that out here, and we certainly may not have enough funding that we can get. But Title 47, the Health and Human Services Code, it doesn't say we can or that we may. It says we shall and will take care of problems, people that are either in danger to themselves or to others. And we have a serious problem in this community, and we really need to find funding to address real solutions. And we have plenty of plans, folks. We really do. So please trust. I know it's hard to trust the government. I've heard this over and over again, and sometimes I have the same feeling and sentiment. But trust that you can hopefully trust me that I will definitely make sure that I do my part, and I'll urge my colleagues to do our part to make sure that this money is spent well. And I'm just hoping that we can get this to the voters and that the voters get their chance to speak. So I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
And I've got an hour of speech. Actually, I've been pretty fortunate to do quite a bit of traveling nationally, and I can tell you that this isn't a city problem, it's not a state problem, it's a national problem. I've been to many places that Mr. Macbeth spoke to, and I will say that it's been a problem that's been around for generations, but it got exponentially worse after the 60s and 70s. We had a thing called mainstreaming. And he's now deceased, but I had a brother who was schizophrenic, and he was one of these folks. We were fortunate enough to live in a small village, and so Jamie wasn't faceless. Jamie was Danville's Jamie. And a lot of small communities can have a little bit easier effect on the population because there's some ownership and you know who you are. And they have respect and knowledge. As the community gets bigger, there's many degrees of separation. And with those degrees of separation, you hear things like, well, somebody should do something about it. Or if we only have money, we can take care of this problem. But a lot of the folks I actually have quite a bit of knowledge of because I actually spend time on the trails and on the bridge and in my bike, but I don't have the same relationship I had with my brother, even though they know my schedule and I know theirs. So while I think Mr. Hall has done an excellent job so far, and he certainly brought this ordinance to a place that was far better than how it started out, I'm afraid that if we take it to the people at this point, is a good possibility that it won't pass. Because when we talk about plans, and Mr. Hess did a great job of saying all the plans we've had, but unlike the convention center, which had there were a lot of plans for the convention center, but it never actually got off the mark until there was really something of substance and presented to the public in a cohesive community way. And that took a year to put together. We have an assembly committee right now that is charged with this. And I would say to Mr. Hall, and I know he will, to work with that assembly meeting. Take that time. You and I have spoken about sales tax and other taxes through the years, and we both know that we can't do it without the community. We've seen it fail too many times, and while this effort, I think at some point might be a good tool, if you take it to the voters now and you haven't worked with the community, you haven't had the time to work with the community, then it's going to fail. You can't bring it back next year when you do have a really substantial plan, which I charge Mr. Evans and his committee to come up with. So for that reason, I will be a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a difficult situation for me. We all know we have a problem. If you haven't been down on 3rd Avenue recently or walked the trails or driven by the bus stops that were occupied by folks, it's a real problem. We can't dictate to the state as to how to use the revenue, and they can't earmark the revenue dedicated funds. We are all paying for this now, and we're paying top dollar. Fire Station 1, a substantial part of their time is spent with emergency response to man down. If they go out and they're with somebody, they can't leave them to respond to fires. Other people may have to back them up. We're spending a lot of money on fire, on police, community patrol, sleep-off centers that some folks are there almost every night, same people. We have a problem, and we don't have the we don't have the funding to spend on this particular item. We're spending it through our regular budget, and these are not cheap people and not cheap resources. We need to do something. Carlick Manor has shown us a way. They have, I think, been successful, I think, by most measures. And, but we don't have a place identified. Are we going to build one? Well, maybe. There's a lot of unknowns, but we need some dedicated funding because the beds that we do have aren't being funded now. Medicare will help. We'll see what happens with that in terms of the expansion of that. But we still got an issue. And it seems to me that we need some dedicated funds. We need to have the money to do the job. Otherwise, we're just building another plan. And like we heard testified here, not tonight, but the other night, is we've got a whole stack of plans. We've got a foot or more of plans. And we know what needs to be done. It's just doing it. And if we don't have the funds, dedicated funding that we can use for it, it's not going to pay. I still don't know how I'm going to vote on it.
Thank you, sir. Just a few items. First off, I want to address the, I guess, complaint that this charter amendment concurrently lowers the approval down to 50% plus one. I find that argument from industry, and I told them this in private, so I'll say it publicly, I find that disingenuous. The reason we have the 60% threshold is because of an industry-backed initiative in 1997, long before the state increased their alcohol taxes. And that has been the primary barrier to serious consideration of a general sales tax that would reduce property taxes under the tax cap. And so I don't put a lot of stock in that argument. To the more specific issue at hand, I think the comment that this is a statewide issue is very accurate. And one of the challenges I have with this particular proposal is we know we're getting a lot of users of our systems from outside of Anchorage because the resources are not there in their home communities. That's why I'm the guy every year who insists that our legislative program include a clause where we ask the state to dedicate alcohol taxes to whence they were originally pledged. I go to Juneau and talk about that. I don't get a lot of help. And I think if we're going to address this, we really do need to address it on a statewide basis. It's not fair to ask Anchorage taxpayers to pay more to fund services for those outside of our community. And the lack of a specific plan is a concern to me. You heard the folks from Fairview here. They're worried, I think rightfully so, that if more funds are available for wet housing, something I think is a very reasonable approach, is going to end up in their backyard again. We've given up the office, folks. We have Brother Francis, we have Beans, we have Carlick Manor, we have the Sleep-Off Center, we have the Soup Kitchen, and by the way, Ms. Domboski, I made a mistake when I supported you in increasing funds for Anchorage Service Patrol because that brings more people to that area. So now, don't ask me again. So I'm supportive of more housing for this population. I'm supportive of more treatment for this population. I don't think this is the right way to do it yet. I'm not a heck no, but tonight I'm a no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of this is really easy for me, and a lot of it is really hard. I'll start. There's basically 4 areas that I have problems with this proposal. The first area is easy, and unlike my colleague, Mr. Flynn, the issue of the change to the charter is significant to me. It does mean a lot. Matter of fact, it means everything. Regardless of how that charter change came to be, it is the charter, and I think a lot more than just the alcohol industry supported that. I think most people in town realize that it takes 60% vote to pass a sales tax. and I think there's good reason for that. I think 60% is viewed as impossible. I don't think it's impossible. I think you just have to have a damn good reason that supports it, and I think you can sell it at 60% if you have that kind of reason. It just takes the work. So I won't support this because of that charter change it requires. It's a political parlor trick to me. I think it makes people cynical about government when we have this charter proposal, but we say we can get around it by having the second vote that says we're going to amend it just for this one thing. And I think, you know, cynicism is the last thing we should encourage as elected officials, because it's making everything a lot harder. So I have a big problem with that. The next thing I have a problem with, with that process, even if this was for my most favorite organization or my most favorite cause, if this was a tax to build the Evans family a vacation home in Hawaii, I would still vote no because of that charter issue. I would hope everybody else would vote yes, but I would still vote no. The next area is substantive, and it deals with the plan. We've all been talking about, you know, we need a. Some people are saying we have to have a plan. Others are saying we've had 10 plans. They're both right. As many people know, we've been working on this ad hoc committee for chronic inebriates now for 8 or so months. The very first thing I told the people on the committee and the people that work with us is to please be patient. If anybody remembers, I reiterated that a number of times, because this is a much more dynamic and complicated issue than you can imagine. It is 200 to 300 chronic inebriates in our town, but like some people who want to categorize those people as being this or being that, it's not that easy. They're there for a variety. They're not all monolithic. Some of them have mental illness issues. Some of them have chronic substance abuse issues. Some just like the lifestyle. Some are dedicated, you know, to just partying and taking spice, and they're young and they're not even homeless, but they're just hanging out and camping because it's you know, it's better than working, I guess. So when we address this issue, we have to be very careful. And the reason our committee has been, I think, on the right track. We've been taking our time. We've been looking at this issue from a number of different angles, as many as we can come up with, because unless we fully understand this, we can throw money at this problem. And everything that, you know, Mr. Hall has put in this ordinance, as far as you know, housing first and more detox beds and more treatment facilities, all will help. Every one of those does help a little bit. But when I look at the numbers, total number I saw in there was $62,600,000 that would be generated through this tax over time through revenue bonds. $62 million to take care of a problem that we say is 200 people equals $313,000 per those 200 people, which is close to being the median price of a house in Anchorage. And maybe that's what it costs, but I'm not particularly sure that's exactly what it costs, because we have different issues involved. We have things that aren't even that costly that we can work on. There's things like the fact that we incentivize drinking, because the drunk center will only take you if you have a certain blood alcohol level. So the poor people on the street that aren't drunk enough, in order to get picked up and get a warm night, have to drink more. Those things add up. It causes them maybe to become more addicted. We have priorities within our city. Let me just say that I think the issue is really an issue of priorities, not an issue of funding. Last statistics I looked at in 2013, which was the last full year I could get the numbers for, we raised through taxes in this city $393 million for the general municipal operations, not counting all the money that goes for the schools. $393 million. I'm sure by 2014 it's higher, it's closer to probably $400 million. Adding this $5 million outside of the tax cap probably won't change things. It's $5 million more. We have $400 million to work with. The problem is not that we don't have the money. The problem is we prioritize other things over this issue. For example, and this is not even a costly issue, we received word from the chief of police earlier this year that all of the specialty units in the police department were reduced because we do have a manpower shortage on the police department. Every one of the things, including the CAP team. The CAP team is the police department's team that goes around and works on the issues most associated with the chronic inebriates, goes to the camps, does all those other things, works in the downtown area. That unit was reduced. The only unit that wasn't reduced were the SROs, the police officers in the schools. So we made a priority choice in the city to have 2 police officers full-time in South High School, but reduce the CAP team, which is dealing with this chronic inebriate problem. Might be a good choice. I'm not second-guessing the chief on those decisions. I'm just saying we make those kind of choices all the time. And if this is a priority for our city, okay, let's start looking at that every time we make a spending choice. Because, you know, since I've been sitting here, we spend millions of dollars every week we come here on something. And now and then I point out where I think they're not the best things or the highest priority. I think we need to focus our priorities on this issue more. So, in closing, thankfully, I had this idea for how to address this problem, because our committee is going to have to come up with something to address this problem. And all along, I've had this idea in my head. It's not specific yet, but the only thing I know for sure is that it's going to take the entire community to make an effective dent in this problem. It is, like Mr. Hall said, we're not going to be the best community to live, work, and play. It is a community problem if we want to solve this. It's not a problem of just those people who happen to drink. So if there's going to be a solution, the people who have to have skin in the game has to be everybody. We have to get everyone involved in this issue, and in that way, and I hope that's what our committee is leading towards, I think we have a much better chance of making a dent. We're never going to solve it completely. We're not going to solve the problems of alcoholism here in Anchorage, where it hasn't been solved anywhere else in the world, as far as I know. But it has to be a full community and not just an alcohol tax. And with that, I will yield. Thank you.
I will keep it brief because I think some of the other speakers have already hit on some of my points. You know, there's no question there's an issue here. We all recognize it. We all want to deal with it. But the key question here is how to deal with it and who's going to pay for it. We have a patchwork of solutions that have been laid in front of us tonight. And to me, it seems like we're throwing a bunch of ideas out there hoping something's going to stick without a solidified plan. And Ms. Johnston, Mr. Evans really hit upon this. You know, we committed as an assembly through our committee process to deal with this issue holistically and not in a patchwork fashion. And I'm still committed to that. You know, what I see before us tonight is a big government solution, one that's devoid of personal responsibility. And that sounds harsh, but it's the reality of the situation. What we're doing by doing this right now is we are saying the solution is to shift the cost burden to every other person who responsibly drinks alcohol. You know, I don't know what the solution is yet, but I am with Mr. Evans. If we're taking in $400 million worth of tax revenue and we're not prioritizing this as a problem, I think we have two issues. One is priority, but the other, and it will go right to Mr. Honeman's comments, is promises. And when this political tactic was used for the Denina Center, there was a promise made by your government officials they would never do this again. And here we are today. So I've never been accused of mixing words, so here it comes. This is a direct assault on the tax cap. By a political move, we are absolutely violating the spirit of the tax cap, and unlike my colleague, I am not supported by the alcohol industry. I'm a taxpayer, and I know the taxpayers in my community really do value the spirit of the tax cap. So the tax cap specifically says that to institute a new tax, it takes 60% threshold. And though there may be a legal maneuver to sidestep that spirit, I think it's wrong. This ordinance is an attempt to bust the tax cap. In the end, I do not believe the end justifies the means, and I will not support this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Traney, for your efforts in bringing forth this ordinance. And then I'd like to thank Mr. Hall for taking the lead and also presenting some amendments which to me made a whole lot of sense this evening. And when I sit here and listen to the community, I take lots of notes. And I took some notes during testimony at the last meeting and testimony this evening. And there were this evening a combination of 26 folks who voted against the ordinance, and then another 21 who voted for the ordinance. I'm sorry, Mr. Traney? I'm sorry, who spoke in support of the ordinance. Thank you for correcting me, Mr. Traney. So let me finish. So anyway, and then when I look in the audience and I see all the red shirts, who I know represent the liquor industry, and if I take that into consideration, well, you know the rest. I'm wearing red and I'm not part of the liquor industry. Just wanted to make that point. Anyway, as we all know, this is a community problem, and it's been a problem for a long time. It's not just the police issue, the administration, or the assembly. It's a community-wide problem. We get many calls from our constituents asking us to fix the issues, and again, it's not just an assembly problem, it's a community problem. Chairman Traney and I, we work with a group called Take Back Our Parks that's been in existence since 2009. And the mission statement is to create workable plans, joint efforts, and take action to provide safe, clean, and enjoyable park conditions. I'm a member of the Assembly's Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and part of our mission statement is to find funding sources for dealing with the problems associated with the chronically homeless. And when you talk about getting our fair share from Juneau, if we didn't get our fair share from Juneau when oil was $100 plus a barrel, we are certainly not going to get our fair share now when oil is closer to $46 a barrel. But I can guarantee you, Mr. Traney and I will be in Juneau next week, and I will advocate along with you to try and encourage the state to give us what belongs to us, to give us what is rightfully ours. The ordinance brought forward tonight, it has a funding source and it also has a plan. And I just want to make one statement in terms of the 50%. I appreciate Mr. Flynn's comments, and I appreciate all the comments of my colleagues in that regard, but I have to agree, I really do have an issue with that one part of this ordinance. I am not an advocate of taxing one segment of the community to pay for anything, and I never have been. But I really, truly believe that if we allow the voters to determine whether or not they want an alcohol tax and have that revenue dedicated to mitigate a problem that affects all of us, I really feel that is the right decision. And based on that, I will be supporting this ordinance this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. All I want to do, honestly, Mr. Traney, is take a moment to thank everybody that's given an unbelievable amount of time this last week and a half to help put together the information that's in this. It appears we're headed to asking you one more time to engage in making a plan. I thought you did a great job at the mayor's behest 6 years ago. You put 2 years into it. You developed a plan. Everything that I put in here came directly from that plan. And I know I'm continuing to hear, you just pulled it out of the wind. It did not. It came from 2 years of work. And the one thing that I would like to point out to my dear friend, Mr. Evans, that the math at $300,000 per person to put them through here, it would appear at that ratio we're only going to have to put that 200 to 300 through, and our problem will be solved. Those facilities will be used for a whole lot more than the 200 to 300 people that we're dealing with today.
Since there are no other comments, let me give you mine. Oh, here. You keep the gavel. There you go. I'm going to vote for this because this problem needs dealt with by the citizens of Anchorage, not us here. We need to send this to voters and let them determine it. I heard a lot of things about the tax cap. Last time I looked, it only passed by 57.4%. It was Hurley read it would have passed by 60% plus, and it didn't. 57.4.
I can't hear you, Mr. Traney.
Sorry. The sales tax itself, when I looked at when it passed, was 57.4, Mr. Alderman. It didn't get to 60%. but at that time they could impose it on us by 57.4%. What we're doing tonight is giving the voters a chance to vote on this. And if we don't trust our voters to vote on this, then that's our problem. And I appreciate Mr. Evans has his committee. I've seen lots of committees over the years, and when it's done, it's going to have one request. We need more funding to do this. What we're doing tonight is saying we don't trust the voters to make an intelligent decision on this. You're not going to get them out of Juneau. Juneau's cash-strapped. So if you really think they're going to give you 50% of the money that's raised here, it isn't going to happen. We're going to become the cash cow for the entire state, not only for this, but for sales tax. When the state has one, it's going to be raised out of this city and not brought back to us in the same relationship they raised it from here. We're an economic engine for this state, and they're going to bleed us dry. So we're going to be down there, Mr. Friend, like you, saying, please don't do that to us. And they're going to be saying, but we've got demands across the state. They're going to do it to us. So with that, let's vote on this thing and get out of the way. Please vote. Now somebody's got to vote. Mr. Steele. That was approved 6-5. It says it takes 8 to go to the voters. That's not going to the voters. Mr. Evans? Please. Mr. Evans?
I just want to say it wasn't approved 6-5. It was defeated 6-5. Just
whatever. It's still not going to the voters.
Sorry.
Okay, next item in front of us is item the special orders 15A. Clerks note the public hearing on this resolution was rescheduled to the regular meeting on February 17th, 2015. And that is our beverage dispensary for the LED / whatever else they're calling it. We're now down to unfinished agenda. There is none. Audience participation. Anybody want to talk to us about anything? That's not an agenda item. State your name clearly for the record.
My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is Victory E-2. Once again, I'm surprised you all made a good decision. And also, when's the next meeting when we meet again so that the people at home in TV land know? I guess nobody knows. When was it? The 17th, February 17th. Okay. You will see me again February 17th. And thank you all so much. Remember, there's homeless people out there tonight, and it is going to get like 0 degrees. While you all are in your warm homes, these people are really cuddling because they're trying to stay warm. And a lot of reasons why they can't afford, they tell me, why they can't afford an apartment is because the landlord's being taxed way too much. So he has to raise his rent, and they can't afford it. They can't afford it. So tonight, I hope everybody prays a little for them. You all have a great night. Thanks for doing what you did tonight. Thank you.
Not exactly. My name's Sue Kanen, K-A-N-E-N, and I'm just happy to be a part of this community of caring people that will take an issue out and publicly discuss it, whatever the outcome. I think this is a caring community. I really appreciate that. And the Anchorage School District cares for their students also. They have 3.4% of them in intensive special ed, also 14% in special ed services. Because of cognitive problems, we only have one chance to bring our kids up into the world with brains that aren't being affected by environmental toxins. Now, let me tell you, before you close your ears, I'm not going to talk about fluoride itself and its toxicity. I'm talking about when you add the fluoridation chemical, it comes on board with lead and arsenic. And that product is not being sufficiently tested. And I have a question about the purity of the fluoride additive that's being sourced now from China. And this is a very new development. This happened just within the last year or so. I went to the Anchorage Municipal Code that mandates fluoridation, and it assures the people that the all the techniques used for testing the purity of the fluoride chemicals will be followed. And that has to do with the Department of Environmental Conservation or the National Primary Drinking Water Regulations. Now, these regulations and the Department of Environmental Conservation, I call them, they do not test the product that they're adding to the water at all. And my real concern about lead damaging developing brains is not being addressed by the testing of the water either, because that's every 3 years. It's just insufficient assurance. So I contacted the municipality, the water utility in June, and they would not provide me with a certificate of analysis, which tells me how much lead and mercury is coming on board with the fluoridation product. That's not given to you. So they gave me the name of the company. And so I called them, and they said, oh, it comes out of Florida. Then, well, that's what the utility said, but it's not coming out of Florida. It's coming out of Zhoujiao, China, and they said that everything is certified, but you have to understand that NSF, the certification, is not a test that is done on every lot. It is a certification of our product and facility. If you want to know more, you have to go to the NSF website, which I did, and there's not much more there either. And all requested markings are on our bags. You really need to contact your water facility and Univar, which is the local distributor. I provided all the information I'm able to provide. So the company sort of shut me down on that. So I went to the municipal Anchorage, the sealed bids, to see what they require of a producer in terms of heavy metals. You need to check that, because that would not even pass the NSF code. Now, you can ask me about that later, but it's going to take a time to tell you why that needs to be adjusted. There are specifications for heavy metals in this drinking product that's put in our water, that's fed to our infants, that's fed to our children in our school district. Okay, now, the Colorado, there's a water board in Colorado that it said that they have stopped, when the fluoride is gone, that they'll stop adding it because they can't be trusting the product that's being added. So what I want to do and ask the Assembly is to form a committee to investigate the purity of these fluoride products being added to our water. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Kenny Peterson, PETERSEN. Sorry, I'll be really quick. I just wanted to give a funding alternative that's been around for about 3,000 years, and I thought that I'd just mention it to you in case you're looking for funding to solve the other issue. So this is found in Isaiah chapter 58. It's in the scriptures, it's called fasting. I call it to help a neighbor in need give up 2 meals a month. I'll give you the layman's version, then we'll give it to you in the scriptural version. The layman's version is give up 2 meals a month to help provide food and housing to a neighbor. What do? Once a month, give up, do not eat 2 meals. Many do this on the first Sunday of the month and give the money value of these 2 meals not eaten each month to the Assembly Committee on Chronic Inebriates or so. And then help will be provided to those in need. Here's the scriptural interpretation of that, or version of that. Isaiah 58, verse 6. Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke? That's what they have down there. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? Bring them in as friends. When thou seest the naked, thou shalt cover them. Thou shalt not hide thyself from thine own flesh, our neighbors. Then, as a community maybe, then shall thy light break forth as the morning. Thy health shall spring forth speedily, and thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of the Lord will be thy rearward. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. We'll be in a position that we can call upon God for help. Then shalt thou cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If thou put away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger and speaking vanity, if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry and satisfy that afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness shall be as the noonday. And as a community maybe, and the Lord shall guide thee continually and satisfy thy soul in drought and make fat thy bones. Thou, maybe our community, shall be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose waters fail not. It won't cost the government anything more, and we just ask for a voluntary commitment or funding from everyone in the community by giving up 2 meals a month in fasting on an old principle that's been around for a long time, a voluntary effort with a good plan. So as we work together and come up with a good plan, I think people will want to contribute. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Evans, sir?
Yeah, just want to say amen, Kenny. And I didn't mention it before when you were speaking, but thanks for, I mean, Kenny, puts himself out there. He works with the people on 3rd and Carlick, does it voluntarily, definitely part of the solution, and it's folks like you that are going to make the difference in the end. Thanks.
Thank you. I told the one fellow that about 2 months ago, I was down there with my van. A fellow came in when we were with the reporters, and he says, I need help, and he's a good friend of mine now. He's been sober 32 days and has a job paying his way. So one off the street down there at Carlick and 3rd. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny. Take care, sir. Anybody else wish to testify?
Hello again, Christopher Constant. I wasn't going to speak, but Kenny started talking, and I just want to follow up with, if this guy ever comes up with an actual plan and puts it in front of you, listen to him, because he's a rare individual. He puts his money where his mouth is. This is a man of action.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify? Please come forward.
I won't take up too much of your guys' time. I know it's getting late, but I just want to have an opportunity here in just a moment to introduce myself. Most of you know me, but also just to share a couple things with you all to keep in mind as we come into the coming weeks. My name is Gerard Aslan. I'm the newly elected president of the APDEA, which is the police union, as most of you are aware. I have had on occasion the opportunity to talk to you guys offline, in private conversations, particularly as it related to AO 37. But the events in the past couple weeks have certainly drawn to light some of the public safety issues, and I know Mr. Evans, brought it up here today that we need 4 police in this community, and I wanted to share with you a couple things that I'm doing to help address that, and I just want to look for a little bit of support collectively from the body on that. One is we're in active negotiations, contract negotiations, as you all are aware, and we still are working with the city on that, and I appreciate the city's continued collaborative efforts towards a amicable solution to our contract. The other thing is I also am traveling to Juneau. I was there 2 weeks ago, and I'll be there again week after next to talk to our legislators about a potential fix on the retirement issue that our public safety professionals in this community are faced with. So those are the couple of things that I'm doing, and I wanted you all to keep an open eye and ear to that. The other thing I wanted to mention to you is about police staffing in this community. We have a problem with police staffing in this community. It's something that we have been faced with. We've seen through the course of the years, the past 5 years, we've seen a reduction in as many as 100 police officers from the streets of Anchorage. And if anybody thinks that doesn't correlate to the crime that we're seeing, they should look at that more deeply. Right now, we have a recruiting issue. We see about the point that I hired, 1997, we had 2,200 applicants in any given pool. We now see on average about 575 applicants. So what you see is a 75% reduction in the number of people that our chief ultimately gets to choose from to be police officers in this community. And I think that's something that you all should just keep in mind as you think about how we're going to respond to public safety as we go forward. The other thing that I would ask you all to think about is the rate at which we're losing police officers. In my first month on the job, I saw 8 of my tenured officers leave. They retired at 20 years to go do other jobs. And it's a phenomenon we're seeing not just in the tenured employees, but also as a result of the retirement package that we can no longer offer to be competitive. We are seeing officers leave for defined benefit programs elsewhere in the nation. We don't have that here. So, I'm working at both the state and the local level to try to address these issues. I just wanted to share those things collectively with you all because public safety is a very important issue to our community right now. I appreciate the chief, the work that my chief is doing to try to address those things, and I'll continue to try to work with him collaboratively with those things. If ever you have any questions about the police department and the union, please reach out to me through email, through phone. I'm always available.
Any questions, Ms. Assembly members? Question for you from me.
Yes, sir.
How do you think that legalized marijuana becomes recreational is going to affect our hiring of police officers?
It's going to present some unique challenges, something that otherwise prohibited a person from applying. I think there's probably a reasonable argument to say that person will now be able to apply. I think that once they do obviously get employment, now the municipality has interest in controlling the consumption of any type of drug, whether illegal or otherwise. It's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how we adjust our hiring practices. It'll be part of the fix will need to be at the state level through the APSC certification requirements.
I just wonder how the feds are going to, how they'll view police officers that use it, but still you have to go to federal classes and where it's illegal. So it's going to be an interesting problem for our police department.
It very much is, yes.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Yes, ma'am.
Miranda Walso, WALSO. One of the things that was the hardest to watch today is see how so many people from completely different ends of the political spectrum can agree there's a problem. That doesn't happen often. Not only can we all agree there's a problem, we can mostly agree that we've identified some solutions that can make it better. May not fix it, but they can at least make it less bad for right now, which could end up meaning a lot of different things for different people. And yet, nothing happened. It didn't go anywhere. The objections that were raised were very valid. There are legitimate concerns regarding the voting process, regarding how politics is affecting how things are recorded or even brought to before the public. That shouldn't be a reason to not deal with this issue in the way we can. We've managed to make tax credits that expire. It happens all the time. Why can't we do it with taxes? If there's a problem with having it continue and having it simply become ingrained in the system, make it temporary. Make and see what actual difference it can make. See if the recommendations that are in place can have a difference. See if not having police officers who are so busy running people who are inebriated from the streets on the streets to the ER, then back to detox, then back to the rest of it, then coordinating the ambulances helps take a dent out of the crime rise. You saw today, too, how a lot of people showed up for a single community issue regarding a street. Only one person spoke. A lot of that happens. It's not easy to come down and speak, even just finding time. There's a lot of other things, not to mention your kids and the rest of it. So people talk to each other. In the community, this is an issue. You all know it because you've heard it from different people. We've heard it from the alcohol industry. We've heard it from the homeless. We've heard it from addicts. We've heard it from teachers. This is something that affects all of us in different ways. Not dealing with it, not a good choice. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Welcome back. Good to see you.
I've just been trying to stop crying so that I could actually talk to you. In my 30 years of sobriety, I can't even count. I mean, most people get to go to more weddings than they go to funerals. I can't even count how many funerals I've been to of people who've tried to get clean and sober and who couldn't. And right now, the two people I can't get out of my head are two people who were homeless women who are being repeatedly hurt out. It's very dangerous for homeless women, for chronic inebriate women. And they were two of 5 people in my life who were trying to get sober who froze to death. And I guess it just makes me ill when I listen to people who try to, want to put them on chain gangs. You could look at their eyes and see that they were trying so hard to figure out how not to drink, but that mental illness was clouding their eyes, and they had to drink to stop the voices. They had to drink to stop the flashbacks. They had to do all of that. This is a very big problem, and my fear right now is that, yes, once again, we're going to have another committee. We're going to have another task force. We're going to have another thing. And what's going to happen is when it comes right down to it, you're going to get threats from the alcohol industry to stop them from paying anything towards doing this. And 43% of the Anchorage people, of Anchorage adults from age 18 to 25, according to the paper that I gave you, 43% are binge drinkers in this state. 43%. Those are the people who'd be paying for this tax, not the person normal drinker who drinks a glass of wine a day. not the person who drinks a drink every now and then. The people who are the binge drinkers that are down there, downtown, on the bar break, causing trouble. And that's, you know, saying anything else than that is a lie. It's a lie. And I just don't know how many more people that I know who try to come in and get sober but can't do it without the facilities, who can't do it without the detox, who can't do it without the you know, including the psychological help and all of that. How long are they going to have to wait? How many more are going to have to die? I don't know. Do you?
Anybody else wish to testify in front of the Assembly? We'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? We're adjourned.